All right, testing one more time. Those online, can you hear me? Wonderful, thank you. Okay, we're going to get started in just a couple of minutes. We're waiting for a few commissioners and a few staffers to join, and a couple more kinks to iron out here. Thank you all for your patience. If you are attending the meeting virtually and you would like to provide public comment, make sure you communicate in the chat, submit your name so that we've got a list for you. We are going to stop accepting signups for providing public comment at around 6:15, so that staff can focus their energies elsewhere. And thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience.
You're very sensitive.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started here. Welcome to a special meeting of the Planning Commission. Today is May 18th. We've got folks here in the room with us as well as some folks here online, and we have one item on the agenda tonight, which is the proposed regulations and updated framework for data centers in the city of St. Louis. This includes a public hearing tonight, so if there are folks here online that wish to speak, there is a sign-up sheet outside. I believe I heard James say that they'll be taking names till 6:15, so you got another half hour if you'd like to sign up outside. And if you are online, please write your name in the chat and we'll be sure to get to everyone tonight. But we're looking forward to hearing everyone's thoughts. So with that, I will pass it over to staff. Oh no, we need to take roll. Yeah, take order and call roll, please.
Alderwoman Saunier, Alderwoman Schweitzer,
Present.
Chair Banton,
Present.
Chair not present, Chair Boaz, Commissioner Bradley,
Present.
Commissioner Fowler,
Present.
Commissioner Garmendia,
Present.
Commissioner Hubman, Commissioner Jorgensen,
Present.
Commissioner Miller,
Present.
Commissioner Williams, Commissioner Williams,
Present.
and you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move into our action item and I will pass it over to Miriam.
Good evening, commissioners, members of the public. I'll be presenting this item. Just a little bit of more information about the run of show for the commission and for the public tonight. So there will be a staff presentation. Before jumping into the public hearing, we're going to pause just for some brief commissioner questions. I think that could be a good opportunity to clarify things that may be left unclear by my presentation. And then there will be a public hearing. Both in-person and online participation is welcome. And then we will break for commission comments and discussion. I should have introduced myself. My name is Miriam Keller, City Planning Executive for General Planning and Design with the Planning and Urban Design Agency. I will be presenting tonight along with Elijah Russell, the City Sustainability Director, and there are other city staff. We had an in the room mic drop. Yeah, look at that. A little early for a mic drop. But we have other city staff members from other departments here with us tonight, which is really appreciated. This has been effort and have appreciated the contributions from many departments in crafting these regulations, including the zoning section, the Planning and Urban Design Agency that I work for, the Office of Building Performance, the Health Department, the Water Division, and others. A little bit of a preview of the hearing. So as mentioned, for in-person, please sign up at the sheet near the entrance. On Zoom, note your name in the chat. Both of those, please, just by 6:15, so we can be organized to conduct that hearing. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak. And just for clarity, this body, the City of St. Louis Planning Commission, is actually not the review body for specific applications. So if there are comments related to the data center proposed next to the Armory, apologies for the the misspelling. Just keep that in mind, that this body won't ultimately be reviewing the appeal of that application. So this item is a zoning text amendment. The purpose is to establish zoning regulations for data centers as kind of the zoning framework moving forward in the city of St. Louis. Can I ask if I stand up straight like this, is the volume still clear? Okay. Tonight, staff is recommending actually likely not a vote. We think we've received so much public comment today and that there may be more public comment to come that we do recommend keeping written comment open and a vote at a future meeting of the Planning Commission. I think this will give the commission as well as the community opportunity to review the consolidated regulations all in one place before voting. I believe as well commissioners have some specific recommendations to consider tonight for the regulations in addition to any that may be made as a result of feedback we've received. Just a little point about process. After this body acts, and the Planning Commission is, of course, an advisory body to Aldermen on zoning regulations, they would advance to the Board of Aldermen, at which point there will be an additional hearing and further consideration in committee and with the full board. So the presentation, and we're going to try to move as quickly as we can, just a little bit of background about how we got to where we are with this step, share some key research takeaways, but we've presented some of this content previously. We're going to try to be fairly brief, then walk through the updated zoning regulations, as all of the language highlighting key elements of that we think are important for discussion, and then provide a brief summary of the comment that we've received since publishing this updated framework. So where are we in the process of regulating data centers? There are probably 12 plus smaller data centers permitted in the city as by right uses. So they're existing, they're operating, they are largely smaller. And these, before the city had any framework for evaluating data centers, these would have been reviewed as either office or warehousing and permitted by right. So not even conditional uses at that time. April of last year, the Planning Commission flagged it as an issue to look into as part of its annual prioritization process. But in September, Planning and Urban Design Agency staff, as well as the Planning Commission, kind of recognizing that the city was starting to receive new, very large-scale data center applications and that these were happening in communities in the region around us. The recommendation was to establish a temporary moratorium until regulations put in place. That same month, the mayor and the Board of Aldermen enacted kind of a interim framework and called for regulations, which we are now actively in the process of developing. That interim framework established that data centers are, among other things, to be reviewed only as conditional uses and required a lot of additional application that the city otherwise would not have had access to in review of those applications. In February of this year, Planning and Urban Design Agency staff presented a preliminary framework for those zoning regulations, held a public hearing, and I'll note that zoning is not the city's only tool for managing this use. That is the policy that this body is responsible for reviewing, but there are other regulations also in the process of being developed related to perhaps kind of distinct water rates for this use and perhaps environmental monitoring beyond what can be achieved through zoning. But here we are in May, where we're presenting this updated zoning framework, holding a second public hearing, and having some additional debate of the regulations. After this, after a Planning Commission action, when that occurs, a recommendation would advance to the Board of Aldermen. The data centers and their emergence, I mean, this has been a really large, challenging dynamic for the whole country. These are facilities that store and provide compute power. A lot of this new development is fueled by the global AI boom, not solely, but in large part. There is an incredible amount of investment into this infrastructure plan globally, but these operate with a variety of models and a whole variety of shapes and sizes. Just a little bit of a kind of picture based on just available information of data center capacity already in operation. And then over the next 5 years, what is planned to be operating, under construction, and otherwise in development. So a huge planned boom. I don't think this data is exhaustive. Not all planned projects will proceed, but this just paints a picture of the scale of this development that's underway. We conducted a lot of research through a lot of methods, and I think our 4 key takeaways, though there are many others, is that data centers are a growing part of our landscape. They are embedded into increasingly many parts of our economy, including kind of AI-driven functions, but AI is increasingly being integrated into many other functions and economic activity in our economy. They are also an opportunity to provide revenue for municipalities. The private property investment, the capital investment involved in data centers is really enormous in scale. Much of that is taxable. There are many environmental impacts, utility challenges, and other concerns that are very real, very meaningful. There's also broad-based concern about AI and just what that means for the future of our economy and society. I think a third kind of overarching theme is this is really rapidly changing, both the technology, the types of projects that are being put forward, the scale of data centers, and also cities' approaches to this. Even in the 3 months since we presented an initial framework, many cities we've spoken to that weren't particularly worried about this have gone back to study this issue and start developing their own regulations. And there are many unknowns and uncertainties about how exactly this will develop. On a project level, there are limitations to what can be known upfront when a city is evaluating a project. With zoning specifically, some key takeaways are that every city we talk to is grappling with this. And so far, and I think this is an important point, that the most comprehensive regulations we see in other communities are actually in rural and urban spaces because they are receiving the very greatest scale in data centers far and away relative to cities. They're seeing those hyperscale campuses. Cities are not as far along with their regulations. I think cities are still trying to figure out how data centers can and could fit into communities, and they're very different typologies than we see in rural communities. Common concerns are noise, vibrations, light, of course, the intensive utility usage, and maintaining vibrant, walkable urban spaces. This, in a mixed-use typology even, was making sure that these don't detract from all the other priorities we have as a community. Most cities we saw do have some by right allowance for data centers in at least one of their zoning districts. We are actually in this updated framework not recommending that based on community feedback. But I will say things, again, are just evolving very, very rapidly. I don't think that can be overstated. But we did see, even in other cities, precedent to do many of the things that we are recommending in a comprehensive way in the city of St. Louis. Here's just a little sketch of the cities we looked into. You can see kind of the things that they may or may not be doing. We are proposing to do all of those things. Actually, I see in air, we are not proposing to contain by right districts for data centers, but we will have site design requirements, emissions regulations. We are currently updating those regulations. We will rely on conditional uses, but again, this is very actively developing. I before mentioned that zoning is just kind of one part of this picture. I think there are limitations to what zoning can do in the regulation of data centers. What zoning can do, well, I think, is define different types of data centers, regulate location, where they can and can't go, establish minimum standards, collect a lot of information in an application process to put the city and community in an informed position and require other agreements. And I'll get into that in a little bit, but maybe not detail the content of them, because zoning really has to kind of stick to land use related issues, and financial issues fall a little bit outside of the scope of zoning. Zoning can't, though, do some other things that are important considerations. Data centers, regulate electric utilities. That is something that is the responsibility of the state of Missouri, the Public Service Commission. We as a city can't determine Ameren's energy mix. That is set through Ameren's integrated resource plan, kind of under the guidance of the state and PSC. We, in zoning, can't regulate fees for water service, but that is separately being developed, as I referenced before. And we can't regulate business activities, and that may differ, that fall under the same land use. That's a little bit in the weeds, but do you want to address that as a constraint of zoning? So quickly, some key themes and findings, and again, trying to cover this, I think, as quickly as we can. We'll tag team with Alicia.
Good evening, thank you. So we know data centers use enormous amounts of energy for both the servers and a lot of that energy goes towards the cooling system itself, and then followed by the server and storage, like the process itself. So the energy intensity is incredibly high when compared to other types of use, but it is rapidly changing. We have seen examples from other cities where they use the waste heat to connect to like nearby hotel or perhaps an laundry facility. But as servers and data centers become more and more powerful over time, the energy density of server rack density is increased. So there are a variety of cooling systems that a data center could use, and the amount of water that they would use for that system does vary. So there are trade-offs between both the energy efficiency, the water efficiency, and that initial investment. Intensive water usage can be a problem, especially in like agricultural areas where they're using groundwater. That creates competitive or competition between local resource needs and the data center. And then the water outputs themselves need to be treated adequately and be subject to MSD's requirements for wastewater. On the right, there is like a little chart here that kind of shows the efficiency of different cooling systems within a data center, and they become very complex, and the design varies based off the size and the needs. So at the top is more air-cooled, your basic type of air conditioner that would be good for a server room. It's cheap to implement, but not the most efficient. We see evaporative cooling. Well, it's efficient in service. It does use a lot of water. And then as you go on, you get more in the direct-to-chip cooling or immersion cooling processes, which are more expensive, but very efficient of water usage. So within the water division itself, they do have more than enough capacity to bring on new large water users. So the water division's rate base has declined over the years due to significant loss of population. So we're built for a system with 3 times the population that we currently have, but we do need, other infrastructure improvements. So broadening and expanding our water utilities rate base can help stabilize that infrastructure into the future. So like Miriam mentioned in the beginning, there is a preliminary framework for water regulations for these large users. And another asset that the city has is the steam loop. This is a map of where it is currently exists right now in the fuchsia color. And then in the future, the planned chilled water loop is proposed to service this area as well. So that opens up opportunities for connection into this to save electricity, but also for waste heat recovery. So we know data centers need access to electricity. So where might they go? Where is the high voltage utility access within the city? This map here shows in the like goldish color double lined area, that's where the high voltage lines exist currently within the city. Most of these run primarily through industrial areas and along old railroad corridors. And these generally correspond with historically industrial districts with the exception of downtown. And then within this, if you look a little closer, we do have floodplains as well that run along those high voltage areas. And it's our understanding that these are a risk factor for stable, continuous operation of a facility. Projects generally wouldn't want to be located in a floodplain because it's seen too high of risk and even pose an environmental risk. So the mitigation efforts there, like they could raise equipment and flood elevations and other efforts, we just still see it as a huge risk. But within that itself, there's even more complexities, what is within the flood wall or not? And then does that align with infrastructure or substation? And then last, within Ameren's service area itself, there is a growing need to meet the needed increase in energy demand, and that does include data centers. So Ameren's required to provide electric service to all of its customers. And this new power demand means we need new power generation and transmission infrastructure. So with Senate Bill 4, the large load tariffs, there are protections that were put in place to protect customers or ratepayers from those increased costs for transmission. So that means the large load customer would have to pay for those costs for transmission, but new energy generation costs are not included in that. And that means all ratepayers would pay for that cost. So these costs are shared across Ameren's entire territory. I'll pass it back to Mary.
There are lots of different types of data centers. I think those that get the most attention are hyperscales that are kind of built for a single customer serving really intensive functions like AI. But there are other types that could be supporting cloud storage, co-location, just storing data for different businesses. So AI actually may be integrated into many of these different types of functions, though hyperscale data centers are likely to be relying or powering AI very significantly. Of the existing data centers in the region, there's a huge variety here in kind of their physical character. Some or several in the city going into large vacant office or warehouse buildings downtown, kind of near some of that higher voltage transmission lines, and where there's been a lot of upgrades to the fiber network. The new construction styles like out in Maryland Heights take on a sort of light industrial feel. This is an example of a hyperscale campus. I share this primarily to note that the regulations are proposing to ban this scale and type of data center in the city. These span millions of square foot, hundreds of acres, and these are using power, hundreds and hundreds of megawatts, some even reaching the gigawatt plus scale. This is a lot of what sort of rural and ex-urban communities are trying to shape and regulate. This, staff's belief, is just not appropriate in the city. The regulations have a 500,000 square foot cap, which is the size of some of the larger office buildings downtown that could be appropriate for adaptive reuse. Expanding on this, tried to do a little bit of a scale comparison of these types of data centers, kind of ran out of room on the right for the hyperscale campus. But on the left, you see an existing facility in Maryland Heights. The blue bars are kind of the 5 megawatts per square. The orange are 10,000 square feet per square. And you can see this comparison between an existing facility in Maryland Heights, one in the city that's under construction on Locust Street that has access to up to 20 megawatts. It's about 130,000 square feet, just based on my calculation using a Google map. The proposed famous bar warehouse data center up to 120 megawatts and 500,000 square feet. So just these items, so significantly more than the existing data centers in the city. But just by way of comparison to that hyperscale campus, the gigawatt plus, millions of square feet, you can just trying to kind of help create a visual comparison between these scales, because it was hard, I think, for us to wrap our minds around these differences. Kind of in terms of how they can contribute to urban vitality, especially in a mixed use environment like town, these have not very many permanent employees. though there are some infrequent visits by customers. There are examples, though, across the country of mixed-use data centers, especially where there's a ground floor that is not in use as a data center. And there's some, great examples in the city, like the Post Building, where sort of data center, office, meeting spaces all mixed together. And I think at their best, data centers could kind of represent infrastructure or an amenity that could attract the right type of. So I think in an appropriate mix in a place like downtown, they have an important place. Data centers can have significant impacts on the surrounding area. So noise is a concern. Backup generators can create noise and significant emissions. Accessory equipment can create visual clutter. New substations may be required. Those are under Senate Bill 4 and the large load tariffs at the expense of the developer. And so it's very common for cities to establish noise screening and buffering requirements. I do want to note here some of the Clean Air Act requirements that apply to backup generators. This was something we workshopped quite a bit, kind of how can we appropriately layer on top of those requirements to set high standards for reducing emissions. You'll see some of that in the regulations. Backup generators, I think, are a big part of the noise challenge in addition to the cooling equipment. There are other types of on-site power generation that have resulted in some real nightmare scenarios in other communities where electric service has not been provided to a facility, and so unpermitted, in some cases, on-site power generation has been used. I think the West Memphis example is a very good case study of exactly what we're trying to avoid, need to avoid in the city of St. Louis. And I just want to note that this is entirely preventable, and we have to prevent it in the city. The regulations in their current form ban on-site power generation other than through renewables. I do want to note some of the kind of transparency challenges with this use, and that it's really critical to, as much as possible, get the full picture, though there are some limitations to that. Data center developers may simply not know who the end user will be at the time they're submitting an application. They may not be able to sign or execute a lease with an end user until they have a zoning approval in place. So this is just a constraint of the process and how we can think about regulations. And it may be impossible to fully be certain of the fiscal projections, the actual energy use, job numbers, and many other details until that end user is known. So I think it's just, these are fundamental challenges of even what a developer may or may not know. They may not be withholding. It's just these things may not be clear even to them at the time they're making a proposal. There are also, I just want to recognize, a lot of unknowns about the future of AI and what it means to the country. I think this is a very important reason for the city to have a strategy to achieve upfront financial benefits associated with these developments, and have a way to kind of track some of the ongoing operations and the way those impact the city in addition to enforcement. We just need to kind of track to understand how these things work. And there could be benefits from participating in this. So it's a real balancing act for the city. And this is a significant challenge. Speaking to some of those economic benefits, this is something that the commission asked us to expand on last time. Just what is the fiscal impact to the best of our knowledge? So this is some of kind of the high level information that fiscal benefits can be really significant. Part of this is the real estate development itself, but actually a much larger part is the personal property tax revenue from the really expensive high-end equipment that these servers and all of the associated equipment involve. Those property taxes, the primary beneficiaries are St. Louis Public Schools and our taxing structure, as well as the city. There are many, many construction jobs up front, participation by many trades. There are not that many permanent jobs directly associated with operation of data centers, but some of the equipment and servers require frequent upgrades. So some of those construction jobs, they don't entirely fade away when a data center begins operating. We were asked and we relied on St. Louis Development Corporation to provide just an estimate of the fiscal benefits in our kind of specific taxing structure based on different sizes of data centers. So we're trying to provide that here. So you can see the table here and sort of the total upfront capital investment and how that translates to annual real estate and personal property taxes. Again, I do want to acknowledge the uncertainty because so much of this relies on the specific nature of the equipment, its valuation, and its rating. Data centers can serve as an infrastructure for other economic growth. As AI functions are increasingly integrated into things like healthcare, advanced manufacturing, other industries, that proximate compute power is really important to those industries. Distance is a factor. They don't need to be next door, but the closer a data center is providing that compute power, the lower latency there is in accessing that data. And I do want to acknowledge that increasing integration of AI into the economy is expected to displace jobs no matter where data centers are built. This is a very significant concern for our country. And it's unclear exactly how that will unfold, though I do think it is beginning to unfold now. So we put out an initial framework. We received a lot of feedback, kind of support for the approach, opposition to many aspects of it, and a lot of recommended changes. We've bolded the things that we integrated into this updated recommendation. So we are not allowing, in the regulations as currently drafted now, we're not allowing data centers to be permitted by right in any district. There's a suggestion to prohibit tax incentive for data centers. That is not something we can achieve in a zoning regulation, but that was a common point of feedback. Require full renewable energy use. We got feedback on both ends of this here. Many people wanting to see more aggressive renewable energy requirements, and a lot of feedback, even from renewable energy advocates, that what we had put out in that initial draft is simply kind of not feasible based on the existing kind of supply of renewables in Ameren's market. So we made some adjustments there to push kind of the renewable energy component here as much as possible, but keep it in an achievable range. It's challenging. We are in the new regulations here requiring recycling of e-waste, which these data centers can create a lot of, all of that server equipment that's being replaced. Prohibiting NDAs is not something zoning can do. That is a policy a lot of communities are exploring. Prohibiting diesel backup generators. These are where the industry is today. Unfortunately, kind of just they are part of how data centers operate, but we did do a lot to strengthen the protections and standards around emission standards. Stricter heat island mitigation, right, to incorporate some feedback to ensure that heat plumes are not crossing the property line. Add some controls for light pollution. And while this idea of nano data centers and defining, regulating, and permitting them, we didn't explicitly define nano data centers, but we did have some carve outs for kind of server rooms, which would be sort of that under a megawatt. In most cases will be accessory to just a general commercial use. These regulations wouldn't apply to those. More kind of a little bit more of a breakdown here on elements that were appreciated and the feedbacks we received. A lot of feedback around banning large data centers, stronger standards for backup generators, which we did incorporate, strengthening district energy requirements on the other side of the coin. Some thought the district energy requirements were too costly and unnecessary. E-waste recycling, I mentioned. Ensuring residents' electric rates won't go up. It's not something we can ensure through zoning, but the new regulations require a letter of attestation from the electric utility describing what the impact would be. Prohibiting use of local incentives. Upfront infrastructure improvements. This is something we did incorporate to the greatest extent we could through zoning regulations. So requiring agreements with the city's water department that would clarify all of the upgrades required of the water system to support a data center would be the responsibility of the applicant. That is now baked into the regulations. Again, more concern about large data centers, increasing the buffers. We did for large data centers. We'll get into that in a moment. Concerns about downtown and how allowing these at all could harm downtown. So we added some kind of density restrictions on downtown data centers. A lot of technical feedback on resolving barriers to adaptive reuse, which we did try to incorporate, acknowledging that some industrial areas in the city are really too close to neighborhoods. And that's all part of why we increased that distance buffer requirement for large data centers. A lot of feedback about requiring community benefits agreements, which is something we sought to incorporate. We did make some updates to this to resolve some legal concerns that were raised internally, just to ensure that the approach is as strong and defensible and clear as possible. And then requiring end user disclosure, again, is, I think, not something we can achieve through zoning, though I absolutely understand the interest there. Just at a high level, we did make many, many updates work. And I think where we are now is, compared to where we started in February, a much more detailed and cautious approach to this use. So that is certainly the direction they have gone. And I can confidently say that these regulations, even as they're drafted, present, as far as where urban communities are in this, these are the most comprehensive set of regulations put forward by any urban city. I expect other cities to quickly move in that direction. But right now, we're a little bit out ahead of other cities, even though I understand I've shared a lot of feedback with commissioners today that we received over the last 2 weeks, that kind of several rounds of feedback over the last few days, that the community is still very concerned about these uses. And just kind of, again, a visual to show kind of how much things have changed in response to community feedback. Much longer, all of those highlights are things that have changed since the first draft put forward in February. We are really trying to adapt and address the concerns that we can. At the highest level, the things we've changed, before I walk through the regulations, I'm not going to describe every last page, is we lowered the megawattage threshold between the large and medium category so that more types of data centers, number one, are directed to industrial districts, and number two, receive that higher level of scrutiny. We did revise the renewable energy requirements in accordance with the sort of technical advice we received that acknowledges the constraints of where we are with renewable energy in Missouri and in the St. Louis region. I don't think we're where anybody wants to be with renewable energy. We did a lot of reorganization, just for clarity. We heightened the standards for backup generators. We revised the approach downtown and removed barriers to adaptive reuse projects. We are requiring agreements that avoid negative impacts to the city's water system. We're also requiring a public impact agreement for major data centers that would require Board of Aldermen approval. So this is I think, important note here that for major data centers, Board of Aldermen approval would be required. We've established a kind of self-imposed deadline for future review of these because things are moving really quickly. And I think the city is going to want to stay on top of it. And we've tailored the buffering and spacing requirements to the intensity of the data center. So more for larger data centers and a little bit less for smaller ones. There is a lot more that is on the table for regulating these uses, more at the local level and more at the state or kind of intergovernmental level. Restricting or banning non-disclosure agreements, environmental monitoring, and a water rate framework are actually in progress. A comprehensive framework for public impact agreements that kind of specifies the parameters that can't be specified in a zoning or restrictions on the use of incentives. Those are things that could be policies set outside of zoning. There are also things that we would need the state and other levels of government to address. So investments in grid stability, that could be in partnership between the city and Ameren. Integrated resource planning to more aggressively expand renewables in the region. That would be Ameren and the Public Service Commission. Strengthening consumer protections. That really falls to the Public Service Commission and the state legislature. And state and local sales tax exemption, that's an existing policy passed by the state. And that would be the responsibility of the state to review. So a quick walkthrough just highlighting key changes, and all of these details will be available kind of on the slides once the commission gets into discussion. We incorporated DBC as part of the standards for how we're measuring noise, because dBA is sort of the audible range for noise. DBC is a measure that captures lower frequency noise that may not be audible, but can still very much impact people and their health. So DBC is part of the approach to noise. Community benefits agreements, that language has been struck only because it's been replaced with the public impact agreement, which resolves some of the legal concerns that were identified. Again, I mentioned the changes in threshold. We clarified what expansion would mean, where regulations would apply, even for existing data centers. Public impact agreement is a defined concept. Server room is a carve out for very small facilities that provide compute power. Here reflects that change to the use table, where even in industrial districts, micro data centers, which are those below 5 megawatts, would require a conditional use permit. That is in response to a clearly stated community concern. It also has the substantive benefit of avoiding a kind of unplanned district of data centers in an industrial area, and gives an opportunity to apply some site-specific conditions. Expanded and specified many of the application requirements. We have clarified that on-site power generation, other than backup power or renewable power, is prohibited. We are requiring for large data centers or major data centers an upfront environmental impact report prepared by a third party, an economic impact report prepared by a third party. So it should give the city as much objective professional information as we can have access to in considering these proposals. Here is that concept, the letter of attestation from the electric utility, that would be Ameren in this case, describing any impacts to ratepayers or to grid reliability. We have expanded and clarified the community engagement requirements, kind of involving more parties in the notice, and clarifying the expectations of what is to be presented at the community engagement session, and then what is to be reported to the city. Site requirements, we updated some of the definitions here for how these buffers work. We changed the kind of spacing itself, but also the definitions to make them more objectively applied. So districts A through G and schools, parks, and transit stations would be kind of the distances or the spaces from which data centers would have to be spaced, 150, 300, or 600 feet, depending on, again, the size of the data center. And here is an illustration of how those shake out. This is, I'll say, as our my staff member asked me to say it, this is a draft map. We would more carefully update these maps and make them available to prospective applicants and the public. But this shows, of course, in colored parcels by zoning district where micro data centers would be permitted. Those are below 5 megawatts and below 10,000 square feet. Standard data centers, that middle category, would be permitted only in some places downtown and industrial districts as a conditional use. We've included on here some of those floodplains just for point of reference about where we're actually less likely than we had initially believed to receive proposals. And then for major data centers, a pretty constrained geography around old railroad rights of way, where this K unrestricted district is, but 600 feet from the specified, the zoning districts A through G, schools, parks, transit stations. We did a lot of analysis here to arrive at 600. There are a range of options, and we can get into some of the trade-offs that we examined. I mentioned some of the efforts to kind of cap the prevalence or density of data centers developed downtown and in mixed-use districts. So in addition to the ground, kind of a set aside of ground floor space for non-data center uses, there could be only one data center within kind of a 300-foot radius. Any others proposed in that area would have to be less than 30% of the total building area. So really a secondary use within a, primarily office building. Some updates here to how noise is handled. These updates were made based on kind of a greater understanding of that DBC measure as helpful in managing vibrations and consultation with a staff person in the health department who enforces noise ordinance violations. So in addition to the noise ordinance 68130, which sets standard dBA maxima by zoning district, we would add kind of a cap on how much additional DBC cross the property line. We got a comment today about how the noise ordinance, because it references the existing zoning districts, will not be forever an appropriate reference. That is very true. The noise ordinance will have to be updated when the zoning code is updated, as will these data center regulations. There will be a lot of work to do to make that all sync up as policy changes. So building systems and equipment screening, some more detail here, site design. We got some suggestions from a commissioner about strengthening these. I have this text available for the commission's discussion later. So in addition to what staff had identified, this would also make sure we avoid kind of, and set an upfront expectation that we avoid large windowless boxes. Water responsibility, we are banning evaporative cooling as the sole cooling method. I can get more into the specifics of that approach. There are questions. We are requiring, as a condition of zoning, ongoing compliance with discharge standards set by MSD. So if those start to become a problem, that could be the grounds to revoke an occupancy permit. Here are those agreements with the water department that are required upfront as part of zoning approval. Backup generators. So clarifying in as many ways as we could think that they may not be used other than for sort of as their stated name, backup. They cannot be used as a general power source for operations. And they can, and the facility may not be used until electric service is adequately provided. So this, again, is just trying to avoid that West Memphis type of situation. We're setting a high standard for minimizing emissions, the highest available for diesel generators, and limiting even the testing of backup generators to days when the air quality index is above 100. So this is the level where it's not quite yet deemed bad by the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, but it's when sensitive groups could face impacts. So trying not to make bad air quality worse through testing of backup generators. E-waste disposal or a recycling requirement. And here are the updated renewable energy requirements. So 50% by 5 years, 100% in 10 years, and some backup provisions for RECs. So we got some feedback today about some difference to think about that. Noise, a lot here required for noise reporting. We added, since the May 1st, a requirement that those Clean Air Act compliance reports submitted to the Missouri Department of Natural Resources also be submitted to the city's health commissioner. And there are also kind of compliance reports for heat impacts and renewable energy. We replaced the community benefits agreement concept with the public impact agreement concept. Again, the intent to resolve some of the legal issues that the sort of open-ended CBA concept raised. And so the requirement is to enter into a public impact agreement with the primary executor of that deemed the Director of Public Utilities. These would be the minimum things that a public impact agreement would address. So further kind of zoning related concepts related to noise, air quality, energy usage, and so on, kind of sort of general health and welfare, sort of realm of zoning types of concepts are explicitly listed in the zoning ordinance. But again, these would be minimum standards. More could be part of a public impact agreement. And the public impact agreement would be required to be approved by the Board of Aldermen. So the ideas here is of what we're trying to balance with some of these updates. We want a legally defensible requirement in the zoning code that approval is conditioned upon such agreement. In the zoning ordinance itself, we are really in the strongest legal position if we only address things that have a nexus to land use impacts of these. But we are keeping the door open to a typo, I apologize, to other elements being kind of, that might be more like financial commitments by stating those explicitly listed items are to be included, but not to be limited to those issues. So trying to walk a line here, but the way these approvals would fit together is the Board of Public Service would rule on conditional uses the way they do. Director of Public Utilities would execute the public impact agreement, but with the Board of Aldermen required to approve the public impact agreement, the Board of Aldermen's approval is required for approval of a major data center. That is the concept we are putting forward here in this updated regulation. So applicability, a lot about how kind of existing facilities, expansions, and previously approved facilities would be handled, trying to clarify and kind of make explicit here some of the basic ways that conditional uses are managed. And the application process here, the review process of city departments, not big changes here, but what we have added is also a deadline for the city's review of these regulations. So the Planning Commission would have to review those within 2 years of the effective date of this chapter. So whenever that passes, we would have a period of time to learn from it, see how it goes, and make some updates based on both what other cities are establishing as best practices and also to correct things that we're noticing in our experience. We've received a lot of feedback even in the last couple of weeks. And here is a summary of that. So, things that people appreciated, many concerns still very present. Happy to speak to any of these and questions, and some recommended changes, including this concept of affirmative community consent mechanism through a public vote. And we're, just for the public's knowledge, we have investigated that idea to, are other cities doing it? Legally, how could it work? We don't see other cities doing it. We haven't finished kind of thinking through legally how it could work, though we can speak to what we have learned about some of the ins and outs of that. And then some kill switch, this idea of a kill switch provision. We workshopped some of this earlier, tried to actually incorporate that here into the public impact agreement concept, that the public impact agreement would address provisions prioritizing public welfare and restoration of electric of a mass power outage or similar emergency event. Just appreciative of that concept. We're trying to figure out how we can incorporate it. But acknowledging we can't directly regulate the electric utility. Also some feedback that we've gone too far with the restrictiveness of the approach. That micros could very safely be by right in K, and maybe that standard category, instead of running 5 to 30 megawatts, should run 5 to 50. Sorry for the time there. That's the end of my presentation.
Great. Thank you very much, Miriam. Before we move into the public hearing, I want to give an opportunity to my fellow commissioners to ask any questions they may have staff before we get into that. So are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Garmendia.
I'd like to first thank you to the planning staff, zoning, and all the different people that worked really, really hard over the past months, year on these regulations. So I want to first start with that. And one question I know I have, and I'm sure members of the public have as well, is these are beautiful regulations, but what is our ability to implement them? Thinking about staffing, we talked about BPS would be enforcing the public benefits agreement. Love to hear, would we need a dedicated person, or you have the staff already to do that? So if we could speak to kind of what would it take to actually implement this and monitor? Do we have the staff today that incorporate this into their jobs, or will we need more people?
I don't think I can or should speak entirely for other departments. I welcome colleagues to help answer. I will say we work closely with the departments that would be charged with review of these applications, enforcement of the applications, to make sure that we're putting forward things that we think we have real teeth and wherewithal to do. I just know many city departments are, could use more staff, kind of based on where we are. So I don't want to not acknowledge that. Getting a thumbs up from a colleague in another department that I do think additional capacity would support this. I think there could probably be some pretty direct ways for revenue from this use to create that potential to expand staff capacity as needed.
So Miriam, let me ask a question to follow up on the Commissioner's question. In the public impact analysis agreement, rather, you mentioned health commissioner, public utilities, board of public service. It's going to be challenging. Those three, the building commissioner. It seems like we ought to have one focus. They ought to have one contact, even though all those groups put it together. Somebody needs to be in charge.
Mhm.
And following up with Commissioner Carmendia's question about tools, I was going to ask fellow Commissioner, Mr. Bradley, he's here. You know, do we have the tools and the experience? I don't know. So who's over the agreement? The public utilities, or is it the Board of Public Service? In this, as the draft, right?
As drafted, public utilities,
Public utility,
as the kind of executor on behalf of the city.
right, but the Board of Public Service plays a role in it. I saw their name in there too, but
Mhm.
Yeah, so all the people that are named are represented on the Board of Public Service. So theoretically, that's who's over all of it. It's members of the Board of Public Service.
right. And is this a practice that we have in other situations, or is this a new duty?
Well, I mean, I think this is a new use for conditional use for us. It's typically a little bit different than this, but there are variations of this that happen in our typical conditional use. You know, whether it's through health or through building division or zoning or whatever the case may be, there are other variations of this. So it's a new variation, but it's not unusual that something like this would happen.
So is it in the plan, this is under the sphere of public utilities, and why not just the Board of Public Service, since they've already, those members are all on there, and the Board of Public Service does this for other conditional uses? That's my question. So
Yeah, it could
you don't
be.
have to answer.
Sure, yeah, I think that, I don't see why that's not an option, but I'll
But-
defer to.
But what about the tools? Whether we do conditional uses, you know, I have a complaint about enforcement on other conditional uses. Do we have the tools and the people to enforce? These are pretty complex operations, and if these things go awry, do we have the tools to do that?
I think the tools for enforcement are revocation, which is very strong. The experience with this use and the capacity is a different question. I think, like many cities, we're having to try to be pretty inventive and think things through in new ways, because this is a use unlike others. I think some of the annual reporting is meant to assist with that, just to collect that information. There's a separate environmental monitoring policy under development that is meant to supplement that with more information still or consolidated into a reporting system that we do actually have access to and use already.
Throw the microphone over. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So members of the commission are asking these key questions. Actually very impressed that you're asking them. And I'm the executive director of the Planning and Urban Design Agency. One of the things I think about as we're doing this and things and changes come to our community and to our planet, our culture, all this is as we've taken on this difficult thing in city government, and we have certain lanes in city government that are going to do more. But one of the things that has struck me as we've been doing this for many months now is Miriam and the team over here and part of the team behind me have all been experiencing this and bringing it to you. So I think it's very, very valuable that in this whole process, we've been having our staff help draft, prepare So their knowledge of all this is very capable. And I think that will help us as we do the implementation. And Mayor called for some new resources to help, but I think it will be very, very helpful that we're being in there in the heat of all this and working on it and how we do and work through implementation.
Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you. Thank you to members of the commission. Thank you, Miriam, Ms. Collier, for that wonderful presentation. I can tell how much you all have done, and I've talked to you, I don't even know how many times on this and how many other people you've spoken with. So thank you. The things that really stood out to me from our, most recent version that was presented on May 11th to today was the community benefit agreement to public impact agreement change. You talked about some of the legal concerns, and you talked about some of the things that were reasons why, but can you just go a little deeper into that?
Yeah, so the community benefits agreement was not included in the first draft. So I'll say the idea of a required
In
agreement.
the May 11th,
Oh, May 1st. Yes. Yeah.
whatever we had the presentation last week. Yep.
Yeah. So again, I think I included some typos here. The purpose, so the concern about the community benefits agreement was that it wasn't clear enough who would be executing on behalf of the city. And it wasn't clear what would be covered. And there's sort of a line of what we can and can't address in zoning. So the sort of health, general welfare issues that are related to land use, those can be explicitly outlined in the zoning code and explicitly required. Things that can't be explicitly listed, but could be included. The other interest was, in order for the city to create this requirement, it would have to be a city entity executing it. And so again, we needed to name that city entity. Let's see. This was a pretty deep cut in the legal discussion.
Oh, I get that. Yeah.
Let's see. I think part of it was for the items that do relate to a kind of health and general welfare that have this land use nexus. Tying it to the zoning approval and having it be a city entity that executes it would mean that a violation of the agreement could lead to revocation of the occupancy permit. So this public impact agreement concept, more kind of explicitly detailed and tied into an existing body, strengthens the city's ability to enforce some of the provisions relative to the kind of more general community benefits agreement concept. That it didn't have that detailed. I'll be honest, I wish we had this worked out and detailed before the May 1st meeting. This was kind of a concern raised internally subsequent to the publication of that, and tried to address it as substantively as we could before this meeting. But I understand this is a significant change.
Right. And I appreciate that. And I know it's very complicated. I think for me, one of the things that we talk about when we talk about a community benefit agreement is the things that are positive that will come to the community because of this use existing. Whereas what this seems to do is talk more about what people should expect in terms of noise, air quality, things like that. I'm not seeing anything in here that talks about the benefit to the public, that they're, and if I'm missing something, or if.
Well, this is the challenge with addressing this solely in zoning. Oh, I should say, I think this should be addressed outside of zoning as well, because addressing it solely within zoning, we're not able to capture and enforce some of the economic things, because that's not really kind of health and welfare concern as far as, so I think there could be a broader policy established, but in order to have this requirement of an agreement tied to zoning approval, we need to include it in this ordinance.
That makes sense. Interesting. Okay. I'm sure we'll have a lot more discussion about that. The only other thing I just want to say out loud before we have the public, other commissioners speaker, public comment is, I understand that the recommendation in today is talking about a size requirement in terms of square feet. I would be interested in a cap of the megawatts used. And I would be very interested in hearing from other commissioners about that and also from you about, why that wasn't included in this so far. That seems to be something that, when I think about the impact of these, there's obviously so many, but the thing that I really kind of keep coming back to is energy, more so than the size. There's going to be just limits to what the city can have based on the number of acres available. Sure, we cannot have the hyperscale. In most parts of the city, there just is not that amount of land open. But as these become more efficient at using the space, we could still see large increases in megawatts used. And that is a huge concern for me, and something that I want more in this before it leaves the planning commission. If other commissioners agree, I hope that they do, but that is something that I think we should talk about more. So those are my comments. Thank you.
That makes a lot of sense to explore.
Isn't it already defined and subject to the amount of megawatts and definitions of regulations? Defines micro, standard, and system, or major, micro, and standard based off of megawatts.
It is integrated, but I think what the Alderwoman's referring to, and we had some kind of offline discussion about this too, is should there also be, in addition to the cap on the square footage at 500,000, should there be a kind of an upper limit on the megawattage?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, just quickly, I think right now, the 500,000 square foot cap has a sort of implicit megawattage cap of, to our best understanding, about 100 or 120 megawatts. That could change as server equipment becomes kind of better at using energy, is one way to put it.
Alderwoman Sonier.
Thank you. I wanted to just first thank the public. I know that it is very late this evening. It is almost 7 p.m. You guys could be doing anything, but you are here. And I know you continue to show up. And I just want to thank you all for engaging. I think you all are an important voice, and I would hate to see a situation where the quietest voice are the residents and those who are directly impacted. So I just want to thank you all for being here tonight and sticking it in with. On that regard, I did want to just, start my comments off with something that I've said in other places, but not necessarily said here, and just make sure that I say on record that I was incredibly disappointed in the process for approving the data center that took place. I know that that was independent of this body, but I do think that it was lacked a whole lot of transparency. I know that as an elected member of the Board of Aldermen who represents 20,000 plus people, and many of those residents went out their way to be present at the meeting before the Planning Commission to give their engagement. I've been trying to talk to them, say, hey, I really want you to stick this out. I really want you to engage. We may not be able to land in our dream place, but I do think that we are trying to find, a needle here. It's been pretty clear. I've been pretty supportive of a moratorium. I felt like at bare minimum until we had these regulations worked out, and even today we're delaying the vote, and yet we have a facility approved. And so I think that is a tangible example of the disconnect there. And so I just want to make sure that I voice, for my constituents and members of the public, that I know when you all speak, you're going to have some anger, and I think it is righteous anger. And I hope you make it clear that you would like to, if there's not going to be inclusion of the process, I think real transparency means you at least know. I know if I got notified at 9:51 a.m. that there's going to be a hearing at 1:45 p.m., I'm sure you guys had even less notice of that. And I worked really hard to try to send emails to, the many residents who emailed me saying they were concerned. I tried to contact key people who I knew had been engaged. But it should not be upon me individually to do that when there are other bodies and other branches of government that are in the process. And I really think that transparency is going to be really important here. Again, I don't think planning commission has done, but I do think these are actions that erode public trust and that make it very difficult to then come in front of them and say, listen, we're putting these regulations in place. We're trying to thread a needle for centering your wellness, but there are decisions that are being made a bit in the dark, honestly, not in the light, and definitely not reflective, in my opinion, of being a public body. And I think it's really important to say that. So I want to just make sure I put that I was deeply frustrated and would give us an F on transparency. In terms of the regulations, I'm definitely in support of what Alderwoman Schweitzer, commissioners during this meeting, uplifted about exploring what it might look like. I do think the square footage is good, and a lot of times square footage is used to, like, there's a relationship between the square footage and the megawatts, but I think what I've heard from most of my constituents is definitely more concerned about the energy consumption directly and not wanting something to slip through because, you know, it's a certain amount of square footage, but technology continues to evolve and you still can have larger amounts of consumption. And then I would say the other thing in here that is concerning to me is our air quality index. Our air quality index is proposed right now. We have some language that says, you know, if it exceeds 100 on those days, you wouldn't be able to do the air testing on bad quality air days. You know, we haven't had a day within the last few years where we've gotten into the 70s. And so I think that number might be a bit too high. And specifically, what I'm thinking of when I think of air quality, I think it's important too to just think of the serious health disparities that we have, some of the worst in the country, that a lot of our children and our young people have asthma and other things like that. And so poor air quality standards, those usually get a little bit lower after 51, after 50. And so I think we should definitely take a look. I think 100 is much too high. And then I don't know if that's something you might want to respond to just in terms of looking at the air quality index. I know we've had plenty of conversations offline, but just to share a bit with the public.
Yeah, I think, just to be clear, I think we should be as strict as we can be on air quality. What we are balancing is, so we were not able to find that sort of number of days that hit different metrics. I would be very interested in that information. I think what we want to make sure is that we set a kind of maximum number where operators would still be able to fulfill their reporting requirements of the Air Quality Act, or Clean Air Act, excuse me. If we're so restrictive that there would only be a small number of days and monthly testing is required for the generators, they wouldn't be able to report. And I think that would be overly restrictive. But beyond that, I think we should be as careful as we can be.
Thank you. This is just my last question. Just in the public agreement language, it says that the contents of the public impact agreement may address the following, including but not limited to. I was just curious about the word may and how that would work in practice. So I know that the way this is written now is that the Board of Aldermen via resolution would be the permitting body, but would it be the Board of Public Service that would first evaluate kind of based off of this list that's in front of us, and then kind of determine which ones are most relevant to the site, and then it would go to the Board of Aldermen for there? Or I'm particularly just curious to who would be the body deciding noise, air quality, energy usage, water, you know, wastewater, these different things on here. What would be the body that would kind of decide from this menu what should be evaluated, or how would that be? It's page 29.
We've got one for the table here. Yeah, this doesn't fully answer that. I do think this would necessarily be developed in consultation with a variety of departments. So, for example, I think St. Louis Development Corporation would have to be a pretty important participant here, especially for elements of an agreement that exceed these standards. And I think, again, I think this is an area where the Board of Aldermen could provide sort of more definition around how these should be addressed, kind of what complete aspects should be addressed. But I think it would be the Board of Public Service in consultation with others, but they would not be approved without the approval of the Board of Aldermen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner questions before we move into the public hearing?
I have a few.
Mr. Jorgensen.
First of all, I'm just very pleased with the level of research that's gone into this and how much the staff has listened to the community. It's not on? There we go.
There we go.
Okay, first of all, I'm very pleased with the level of research that's gone into this and the ability to listen to a lot of the feedback that we've received. We can really see a lot of the changes in this framework between February and now. So I think great work. A few questions I do have still are, could you speak a bit more about how tax revenue estimates that are in this have been created? What is that based on? And obviously, I think it's important for everyone to understand that those are estimates. It's not something that anyone can guarantee, but can you talk about how you got to those numbers?
Yeah, and I didn't,
Sure.
Provide-
SLDC.
but the assumptions used were JLL, which is a kind of commercial real estate. Let's see, what's the term I'm looking for? Data brokerage research firm estimates a sort of upfront capital investment amount of $10.7 million per megawattage. That's like a global average. And that was the observed estimate between 2020 and 2025. And there's also an assumption assuming a sort of upfront split in the capital investment of 25% taxable real property and 75% taxable equipment. So those were the assumptions. And beyond that, the math was just using the city's commercial rate sheet to get to this annual property tax number. So the assumptions made were this upfront kind of per megawattage capital investment number, and then how that would be split between real estate investment and personal property or like equipment investment.
Do we know in other communities how accurate similar estimates have been?
Well, this was the observed investment level per megawattage. So this reflects kind of what has occurred. And then beyond that, it's simply applying that to our kind of commercial tax structure. If the author of this estimate is online or in the room, I would welcome their comments. May not be.
Okay, thank you. One of the things in the current proposal is that applicants for a major development would have to submit a letter of attestation from the utility provider, the power company, on the rate impacts for other customers. Is there any sort of third-party verification, or how do we know how accurate that would be? And is that something that you've looked at too with other communities, how they've done it?
We haven't seen others do this. That's a good question, though. I mean, my honest response is this is one of the situations where the best entity to provide the fullest information is the utility company, but I know there are appropriate reasons for the city to kind of question the validity of those estimates. I think we could consider consulting with a consumer advocacy group. I don't know how we would bake that into these regulations, but I think that would be appropriate to do in the vetting of the information we receive.
Thank you.
I have two questions. Hi, Miriam. Good job tonight. Start with the easiest one. Last Monday, we had the special meeting kind of presentation like this. There's something that you mentioned then that I want to hear again. We talked about third party verification of reporting from future data centers. I think it was something that came from maybe the building division. Can you discuss that or just like reiterate that for people if they haven't heard what I'm kind of talking about or alluding to?
Yeah. So in addition to the zoning regulations, there's work on a more comprehensive environmental monitoring bill that would apply to future potential data centers approved as well as existing data centers. So the city's fully aware, not just of how much energy they're approved to use, but how much energy they're actually using, how much water they're actually using. And we would wrap into that noise and other kind of impacts that we're trying to track. I don't know if you want to add kind of exactly how that third-party verification works, but that's all built in the reporting system we would use.
Thank you, Miriam. Katerina Mikalova, Office of Building Performance. So with the upcoming regulations for environmental impact for data centers, we will require these data centers to report energy and water usage on an annual basis, as well as e-waste. We also want these annual reports to be verified by third party. This is a common practice when it comes to benchmarking of large buildings and building energy performance standards. We would like data centers to have a third party to verify that on annual basis going forward. So they will have to hire qualified third party to make sure to avoid any human error.
Okay. And that's good. I just wanted everybody to hear that. And my second one is something that I'm kind of tussling with myself. And it goes back to the kind of change from the community benefits agreement to the public impact agreement. I'm not sure this is really a question. It's just something I want my commissioners to hear also, and maybe come up with an idea or something that we want to kind of throw out there and talk about later. But the one piece I'm kind of missing, and maybe this is something that Miriam kind of ran into, was the piece that talks about kind of existing infrastructure and how we make that better around if we say a hyper data center goes in or a major data center goes in, how do we reap the benefits of that negative impact, perceived or actual, to that neighborhood? Because I understand that these are the minimums, and I'm happy that we kind of have been hashing that out, that this is the minimum list. But I don't see, like, in my head, I think of, a data center goes into a current brown site, but we want to invigorate that neighborhood or that area. So how do we set the parameters to say, hey, this road is horrible here next to the railroad tracks. We want this to be an identified item that we want to redo, or assess an impact fee or something. And that's something I'm struggling with. I just don't know what that mechanism is. So please think about that as we're going through this. Not a question, just a thought out there. And maybe you can tell me maybe why that wasn't listed of like existing infrastructure enhancements or something, or maybe that wasn't thought of. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting into the gray area that's outside of zoning.
And the concern raised to me this week was that things that don't have a direct nexus to the impact of the land use cannot have a financial sort of accountability within the context of zoning. There can be other voluntary agreements and contracts outside of that, but all we can directly address within the context of a zoning ordinance would be those things that have a direct kind of nexus to the impact.
Is it a possibility that that's something that the Director of Public Utilities and BPS can come up with after, like, we're going to send it to them and say, hey, this is a conditional use. Maybe they reach out to the community, get engagement, and that community says, hey, we have a park that we want to beautify. Is that, I'm saying, is that out of the realm of possibilities, or is that something maybe that could happen?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. No.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, a couple more. The fiscal benefits, you mentioned personal property tax and personal property and property tax. I'd like to see that broken down, because there's depreciation schedule on the personal property that has an impact going forward. The other thing is the utility tax. That should be significant in a data center. So I think we need to include that in our fiscal impact analysis, so we can kind of see the true cost, and there may be other sales tax and other taxes involved. The other thing is the clawback. When these things go bust, and we've experienced businesses go out, boom, they're gone. You mentioned that some cities had required a bond or the potential for a bond to remove equipment because, you know, if they're having problems, they may not remove the equipment. How difficult and is that even feasible to require some type of bond for decommissioning one of these data centers?
I think it's something the city should explore. I am not aware of other cities doing that yet. That is something, actually Jefferson County, we took the approach of creating a more consolidated ordinance. That's something they require in their standards. Again, to my knowledge, it's a little bit unprecedented, but I think a very appropriate thing, especially for projects that are new construction, involve like a ton of changes to the site. I think those things would have to be dealt with. I will make a general note just for the public's benefit as well as the commissioner's benefit around some of these things. The city typically, when seeking financial benefits, would be offering incentives of some kind, and there would be a mutual consideration here. So part of the probably confusion you hear in my voice reflects that this is a new tool, a new mechanism that the city is working to create for this use, where we would have a mechanism to secure other benefits and commitments that wouldn't rely on offering incentives. So I think that, sorry, not to directly answer your question, but I think that's just maybe an important thing for the public to be aware of. That's like, this is a new thing for the city to try to figure out.
Right. Okay.
Great. Any other commissioner questions? Commissioner Williams?
All right, can you hear me?
We can.
All right, great. First, I want to echo everyone else. I think that the research done here and the preparation for this is exceptional. So I appreciate all of the hard work. My question pertained to the backup generators and fuel storage, specifically the enclosure. It seems like the zoning code sort of gets into the type of enclosures that are required, but treats it fairly lightly, saying that, you know, it should be screened, especially if it's on the exterior. I'm wondering how this compares to, let's say, hospital backup generators. Hospitals usually have backup generators, and they follow really strict enclosure requirements. They follow strict spill control requirements, and like sound attenuation. So they usually use like hospital grade silencers, etc. Is it building code requirement to sort of enforce those regulatory standards, or can that be written into this code as well?
I think we could, for anything related to screening, we could, well, not just screening, but the design of these, I think we could probably get pretty detailed. Honestly, and this is something I can figure out. I don't know if this is the same type of generator that a hospital would be using. And I'm not familiar with those requirements, but we can dig into those and see which makes sense to replicate here.
Yeah, generally, I just think it should be, we should, I guess, beef it up a little more. It seems a little light.
You know, we sought some like technical review of architects that design data centers across the country as part of our research. Something actually in both cases, their questions up front were, do you want to take more of a prescriptive approach or a more performance-based approach? Performance-based being we would kind of set the broad principles and allow the applicant opportunity to figure out the best way to achieve that. Prescriptive would be, I think, what you're describing, which is getting more like in the weeds with the very specific requirements here. And generally, actually, we tried to lean toward the prescriptive end of the spectrum, but maybe we can do more here with the design around these backup generators.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Great, thank you. With that, we will move into the public hearing section of the meeting. Could I get a motion, please?
Second.
Move to open public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Fowler, seconded by Commissioner Saunier. Call for vote, please.
Aye.
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 Great, thank you with that. And with that, the public hearing is now open. So just a couple of notes from me before we get started here. James, who is walking up to the podium now, is going to be calling names. We're going to be switching off between folks in the room and folks online. I've been told we have 51 people signed up currently to give public testimony. And just a reminder, everyone is going to receive 2 minutes to talk. We will be fairly strict on time, given that we have so many folks who are wanting to talk today. But a reminder that if you don't have a chance to say everything you'd like to say, we are still accepting written testimony. I do encourage you all, everyone, to submit that to staff. Also, as a reminder, this is a public hearing where you all are giving testimony, and so we are here at the Planning Commission are listening to you, but we are not engaging with you in a conversation. We are taking notes, and if you have questions, we will try to address some of those in the follow-up questions that we have for staff after the public hearing. And with that, I'd say let's get started. So, James, will you call up the first participant, please?
So I'm gonna say 2 names every time I hop on the mic in order so that the next person up can be ready, and we're gonna switch back and forth between those online. And so first up in the room is Carrie McCullen, and after them online will be Elise Schaefer.
Oh, I'm sorry. And could you please state your name, and if you're with an organization, and if you live in the city, what neighborhood you live in? Thank you very much.
Carrie McCullen, Ward 2, Eco-Socialist Green Party of Eastern Missouri. Homeless shelters in St. Louis require consent from neighborhoods to be built. Businesses that apply for a liquor license also require consent. Data centers require what? A conditional use hearing, which falls on ears that don't hear us. In the last 9 months, I have been fighting against one major data center, the Armory Data Center, because along with many others, we feel it will be a disaster for St. Louis. The regulations proposed do not allow any form of mandatory resident consent from the public. What this means is the St. Louis community will have to fight each future proposal one by one without any support from our local government. Also, there is no cap on how many major data centers can be built. Is 50 enough? Is 100 enough? Endless. How many is enough? This feels like an attempt to wear us out and make us give up on fighting these. It won't work. We won't give up. We won't back down. I am not paid to be here. I work full-time for a living, and I work full-time on this in my free time. I am tired, but I feel embodied in my heart and soul to continue to fight for St. Louis and its residents. I feel embodied to sound the alarm and prevent disasters before they happened. The map graphic and the regulations on page 42 that show where major data centers will be allowed it does not show neighborhoods. It does not show streets. It's almost like you are saying no residents live near these zones. This is environmental racism, specifically targeting historically Black and systemically disenfranchised neighborhoods near industrial zones. I feel physically ill when I see this graphic. At the very least, we demand mandatory consent. The developers should be made to gather signatures and communicate with the residents who live there, because the default to this is no. Make DevBro Row and their consultants do the grunt work to get approval. Don't make this fall on us, the people who are already struggling to survive. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up online is Elise Schaefer, and after them in the Joe Delia.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Elise Schaefer. I'm a resident of the 6th Ward. I'm here tonight on behalf of Missouri Coalition for the Environment. We are a legislative advocacy organization focused on environmental issues that impact people. First and foremost, if this body does not vote to pass regulations tonight, the city should refuse all future data center applications and pause any applications until laws are in place. MCE also wants to be sure that these regulations include the strongest possible public health protections. This means all data centers should be required to use 100% clean, renewable energy from their first day of operation. Regardless of what's available through Ameren right now, the billion-dollar companies using these facilities can and should pay for new infrastructure as needed to secure this goal. As written, the regulations will keep the nation's second deadliest coal plant, Ameren's Labadie facility, open and exacerbating the asthma crisis among our Black youth. We further applaud testing restrictions for diesel backup generators, but these items must be banned or phased out entirely in order to protect our air quality sufficiently. Additionally, repurposed buildings should not be exempt from the 10% landscaping requirement. A lower threshold or green roofing requirement could incentivize building reuse while still mitigating the urban heat island impacts of data centers, which are significant. We're also very glad to see iterations on community impact funding, but specifically would like to see a minimum of 50% of this funding earmarked for providing free rooftop solar, home energy efficiency improvements, and heat pumps for residents experiencing energy burden, or spending 6% or more of their income on utility bills. This arrangement would mutually benefit data center developers, the utilities, and residents as it extends overall grid capacity. We'd also like to echo other groups' support for resident approval mechanisms, and we encourage the commission to keep iterating on the kill switch provision mentioned by Ms. Keller earlier in the presentation, as well as a note of appreciation for Commissioner Miller's suggestion of a clawback provision that is wise. As written, we support the regulations, bird safe lighting provisions, setbacks, monitoring and reporting systems, requirements for upfront water infrastructure funding, and e-waste recycling requirements. Thank you so much for your time this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions that commissioners might have.
Thank you very much.
Next up in the room is Joe Delia. After them online is Mahala.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Joe Delia. I own 2 businesses in St. Louis City. And like everybody in this room, I want the city to succeed. And the way to do this is to promote businesses expansion reasonably. With these data centers, there must be a balance because the demand for them is not going to go away. I think we all understand that. I read the proposed regulations. I think the staff has done an admirable job. I believe the one point that needs modification is the 600-foot separation requirement in District K, which is our industrial zones. The District K was intentionally created as the city's highest intensity industrial district, a place where infrastructure, manufacturing, freight, utilities, and other significant industrial activities could occur. The zoning framework in District K recognizes that these areas already exhibit industrial characteristics and environmental conditions that differ substantially from the residential neighborhoods elsewhere in the city. A rigid lot line of 600 standard feet does not meaningfully account for the real world implications. I think the city's had some success. We've seen successes of reducing buffer zones in us. In 2003, the Board of Aldermen abolished the buffer zones in the city of St. Louis marijuana industry. With this wise policy decision generates roughly $2.4 million yearly in tax revenue from the marijuana dispensaries. And the chaos that some theorize would happen never materialized. We have to be reasonable in our approaches. I would encourage the commission to consider a more calibrated 300 buffer zone only for District K's, the industrial zones, to base the buffer on actual stated nuisances such as the building or equipment rather than the lot lines. I think everyone here would agree. We don't want data centers you want data centers in industrial districts such as District K and not in neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Online, Mahala, and after them, Mike Burkle in the room.
Hi there, my name is Mahala Pittman. I am a resident of the Second Ward. I'm going to speak today as a city resident on behalf of myself. Thank you for holding this hearing. What happened with the Armory Data Center project was abhorrent and inexcusable. That project was wildly unpopular, vastly opposed, and it was passed unanimously with less than a 24-hour notice of it even being on the agenda. On a virtual hearing with no chat and no space for public comment because you knew what we were going to say. This is our city. We live here. We are the ones impacted by the developments, not out-of-state developers. We have a right to say what can and cannot be built in our city, and if public hearings are held and then hundreds of voices opposing a project are ignored, those hearings are performative at best. As a resident, I am disappointed, and my trust with the city's leadership has been severely fractured. What I want to see in these regulations is protection from corporate and developer greed. It is imperative that there is a requirement in these regulations for community buy-in and oversight. We need transparency, and these data center projects should require our oversight in the decision-making. Proposals should be automatically rejected until the conditions of community oversight are met. And we want shared prosperity. We don't just want to know what the public impact is going to be. We want to know how we stand to benefit, how this will impact our city's vitality. Public investments should drive shared prosperity from workers whose jobs are at risk of being automated to public infrastructure and housing. If you want us on board, we need clear incentives that support us. There is a lot of trust to be built back with this community. When we speak over and over just to be ignored, that is not reflective of leadership that is listening to city residents. So show us that you care about our voices by putting it in writing. Require community oversight, buy-in, and shared prosperity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Mike Burkle, and after them online, Liz Simi.
My name is Mike Burkle, St. Louis County resident, but a business in St. Louis City. The business and property owners in St. Louis since 1967. Our team has spent a significant time and resources to bring in a meaningful private investment and adaptive reuse to St. Louis City, an area where large-scale investment has historically been difficult to attract. We believe the proposed ordinance kills many projects in the St. Louis City that actually desire a data center. Redevelopment of underutilized, currently vacant industrial property, significant private capital investment, long-term tax generation, infrastructure investment, and productive reuse of legacy industrial assets. The proposed 600-foot buffer creates a standard that in practice becomes extremely limiting, in many cases functionally prohibitive. The 600-foot buffer rewards a limited number of properties that manage to fall inside this zone. After mapping the 600-foot change from the 300-foot, over half of the District K properties originally compliant become excluded. We believe that our site would provide a workable and great project for the city, but the buffer jeopardizes that and puts approximately 200 jobs at risk. We'd have to rezone existing companies to make this buffer work. Our team has purchased several large vacant properties in District K, the ABB property, the vacant property in between it, and the recently vacated International Paper are all vacant properties that we've purchased. This new 600-foot buffer puts our entire investment in jeopardy that could result in existing properties remaining vacant with no opportunity for growth or substantial tax revenue. I want to thank everyone tonight for joining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Online, Liz Simi, and after them, Nicole Mers in the room.
Hey, yes, my name is Elizabeth Simikoff. I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I'm an organizer at the Missouri Workers Center. I support these regulations. You didn't start the time. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I'm really grateful for these regulations. We definitely need something passed. And the time and thought that have gone into these, I'm just really grateful for all of the extensive community feedback that was heard, and I know will continue to be heard. I'm looking forward to looking more into the public impact agreement on the surface. I appreciate that that is going through an elected body rather than an appointed body with the Board of Alders. As we've seen, across the state, we've seen the ways in which people are able to hold elected officials accountable in a way that appointed officials are not able to be held accountable through means like recalls, where Festus just today turned in their recall petition to recall their mayor who supported a data center in their area. So just naming that this is useful, that would be the body that would be held accountable for this. Would love to just echo, MCE and the groups that are thinking about this from an environmental perspective. That's not my perspective, but I'm grateful for their thoughts. And then, in terms of when we think about having a mechanism to recoup some of the value lost due to these, I think having some kind of ongoing mechanism. The last thing I would ask for is if there is any way that the alderwomen on the Planning Commission can look into, Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderwoman Saunier, into if we can introduce an ordinance in the fall that would make these apply to existing data center proposals that have been approved. I think that would be welcome. I'm not sure what the mechanism would be, but that would be something I would be interested in helping organize around. So appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Mers, and after them, online, Claire Mueller.
Good evening. My name is Tori Cheatham, and I'm here with Renew Missouri.
Palmer is also here with Renew Missouri. We thought we combined and saved some people some time.
Renew Missouri, we are an advocacy organization that appears before regulatory agencies to provide expert testimony on clean and energy efficiency in Missouri. On March 20th, we submitted a memo to the City Sustainability Office with recommendations on the draft zoning language, and some of them were incorporated into the most recent draft. But I'd like to provide a few additional comments on the updated ordinance. First, I'd like to draw attention to the planning document's definition of renewable energy that says renewable energy means energy derived from wind, solar, geothermal, or other sources of renewable energy. It should be noted that this definition does not explicitly exclude nuclear power. It may be prudent for the committee to more clearly define what constitutes renewable energy under this ordinance. We have seen strong interest from Missouri lawmakers in expanding nuclear energy development within the state. As a result, data centers could potentially argue that nuclear power qualifies as renewable energy for purposes of compliance with this ordinance. To avoid ambiguity, we recommend adopting the following definition. Renewable energy means energy derived from naturally replenishing resources such as wind, solar, geothermal, and other non-depleting energy sources. My second concern relates to the provision allowing non-compliant data centers to satisfy renewable energy requirements through bundled renewable energy credits, or RECs, beginning in years 6 and 10. This creates several issues. First, the structure of the 50% by year 5 requirement effectively grants an extension for an action already permitted under the ordinance. If a facility fails to meet that requirement in year 5, it may simply purchase RECs in year 6 to satisfy that compliance. RECs have also become a leading instrument for many corporations to demonstrate
compliance with environmental standards. However, they're often not worth their weight in terms of actual grid decarbonization. Their effectiveness in driving renewable energy development has come under increasing scrutiny from researchers and policy experts that argue that RECs are more of an accounting mechanism than a true emissions strategy. While RECs have become a common tool for signaling environmental responsibility, the evidence increasingly suggests that they are not as effective as a mechanism for grid decarbonization. Some critics has even characterized excessive reliance on RECs as a form of greenwashing. Additionally, encouraging the purchase of RECs may result in money leaving the state rather than supporting local clean energy development and community benefits. It is critical that the city draft a policy that's centered on minimizing the energy impacts of data centers while maximizing local benefits. Rather than requiring the purchase of RECs when a data center fails to meet clean energy requirements, we recommend that the city establish a high fee or penalty structure for noncompliance. Funds collected through these penalties could then be directed toward local clean energy initiatives, grid modernization efforts, or utility affordability programs directly that benefit city residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, Claire Mueller, and after them in the room, Henry Eubank.
I'd first like to start by thanking the planning team for your due diligence in putting these recommendations together. And then I would like to express my disappointment that this is not what all data centers in St. Louis will be held to, since what's being colloquially called the Armory Data Center, if I'm not mistaken, would not be held to these regulations. No developments should have been accepted prior to any regulations being set. This is a bad look for a city that has struggled and continues to struggle with inequity. As mentioned earlier, things are evolving very quickly, with very in all caps and underlined. Policies that are going to be set outside of zoning are yet to be made, re-regulation enforcement, tax abatements, etc. And if we aren't going to move as quickly and proactively as data centers are being proposed, we're fighting a losing battle. I have concerns around several things in the proposed recommendations. Among them, first, it would seem to be wise to set a baseline for what a public impact agreement would necessitate. Though different sites have different needs, what the commission has listed seems as though it should be required as a bare minimum for a PIA. So I respectfully request that be reviewed. Second, in section 6, item A, sub item 3, 600 feet is an incredibly small buffer for separating, quote, a major data center from a park, for example. Additionally, in section 6, item H, sub item 8, all outdoor lighting shall meet the standards of dark sky, etc. So my question there is, what testing or consistent checks will happen to ensure compliance? What fees will be charged if compliance is not met? Searching the word penalties in these recommendations yields no results. As someone mentioned earlier in the comments, why would we not want to require an end user be identified before approving a data center recommendation? That seems like a huge miss. We talked about the cost being shared across Ammon's ratepayer territory under SB4, but another provision in SB4 that I haven't heard mentioned as frequently is the overturning of construction work in progress, CWIP, which used to ensure utilities had new plants completed and online, actually providing energy before they could charge consumers for construction. Under SB4, now some utilities can charge you for construction costs before a single kilowatt is produced. There are no penalties if that does not come to fruition. I'll end by saying that the demand for a mechanism for residents to have the final say when it comes to data centers is extremely reasonable. This is a very realistic demand, and as proposed, a process similar to what's used to get community consent for liquor licenses could be modified for data centers. The baseline would be that they are not approved unless an applicant gets 51% of signatures from the surrounding residents. The city needs to honor its residents' concerns and democratic right to say no.
Thank you very much.
Henry Eubank, and after them, Angela V. online.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Henry Eubank. I'm here on behalf of Greater St. Louis Inc., the regional economic development organization serving our 15-county bi-state region. Before I get too far into my remarks, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to Miriam Keller and the rest of the Planning and Urban Design Agency staff for y'all's work crafting these guidelines, taking into consideration the extensive outreach that the community has provided, and deliberating those and putting them into this proposal we're talking about tonight. We will submit written comments to this commission tomorrow. I want to highlight 5 key concerns with the current framework. The 100% renewable requirement by year 10 is a market stopper. The 50% by year 5 standard already approved in the city's most recent conditional use permits is the ceiling that the market can support. We urge no further requirement beyond that. Further, the 25% cap on renewable energy credits compounds this problem. RECs are the most readily available compliance mechanism in the territory. Capping their use at 25% of the total requirement leaves developers dependent on pathways whose availability and costs are uncertain over a 10-year horizon. We recommend the city substantially raise the REC allowance. Second, community benefits agreement. Requiring a CBA before a building permit for facilities seeking zero public subsidy from the city sends the wrong signal to capital markets. As we now know, the city has demonstrated the ability to negotiate with developers a CBA that meets the needs of the surrounding community. Entering this requirement into the guidelines with unclear expectations and unclear direction regarding stipulations of said CBA is not necessary and will deter investors from considering our market for future development. A developer projecting hundreds of millions in tax revenue over 10 years is already set to deliver a significant community benefit, and the framework creates a process with no defined scope, no timeline, and no clarity on who negotiates for the city. Capital markets treat that uncertainty alone as a reason to pass and shift their investment prospects to outside and not St. Louis. Third, the major data center threshold. Dropping the major threshold from 75 to 30 megawatts sweeps in mid-market co-location and edge compute facilities, the segment that is most viable in the city, and subjects them to the most demanding requirements. We recommend restoring the 75 megawatt threshold. If the city retains a lower threshold of 30 megawatts for major data centers, the associated requirements should be scaled proportionally, and for instance, by tiering the community engagement and impact report requirements within the major category. Fourth,
Very much.
I can't get through my last two, please.
I'm sorry, you're over your time, but we will accept your written testimony and review that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Angela V. And next up in the room, Henry Robertson.
Hello, my name is Angela, and I live in Ward 3. I just want to address transparency when it comes to renewable restraints. There's been some discussion, but not a lot of depth when it's been discussed about what types of renewables, how we will like mixed-use renewables requirements. And it seems that what was shared is that Ameren has pushed back on their ability and their limits. So if other states have utilized mixed renewables, specifically regarding data centers, then why is Ameren allowed to pick and choose how much they will expand and grow? If we have zoning restrictions around renewables, then they should adapt and meet our requirements. I don't think I think it's an excuse for buildings to say that it's going to cost them too much or that it's going to take too long, because there will be excessive cost to residential impact our current electric grid and our environment if we neglect a long-term plan that takes those into consideration. I'm done.
Great. Thank you very much.
Henry Robertson, and then next, Micah Caldwell online.
Hello, my name is Henry Robertson. I'm in Ward 9. I oppose large data centers in general, but I'm going to pile on tonight on the subject of RECs, renewable energy certificates. A REC is a certificate that 1 megawatt hour of electricity has been generated from renewable sources. And these are used as a kind of currency to demonstrate, renewable energy. Unfortunately, they're not enough by themselves. What we need as proof as to show benefit is what's known as additionality, meaning the buying RECs must be an investment in new renewable generation. by themselves, they're not. They're just a certificate that some renewable energy was generated in the past. So to achieve additionality, we must have some further proof, an additional contractual obligation. If the data center buys RECs from, say, a renewable energy developer or a merchant power plant, there must be an obligation to invest those proceeds from the RECs in new renewable generation. Of course, there is also the option of self-generation. Beyonce, bring your own new clean energy. And a lot of some tech companies have committed to doing that. We don't know who will be taking this data center, the Armory data center. And there's also putting pressure on Ameren to do a better job with renewable energy. The city can do that, and certainly the data center can do that, even ask them to build renewable energy for them. And then there's something called a virtual power purchase agreement, which is the developer of a renewable energy center finances it beforehand by selling electricity in advance. And this is a contract for differences, which means that it's set at a fixed price. And once the renewable generation goes into production, they will guarantee that price. And if the price of the power sold onto the grid is higher than that guaranteed price, then they will pay the data center, in this case, for that excess. And that is usually used as a hedge against the rise in natural gas prices. And we can expect natural gas prices to rise because of this enormous tsunami of data centers. I see my time is up.
Thank you very much.
Micah Caldwell, and after them in the room, Matt O'Leary. Micah Caldwell.
Mr. Caldwell, if you're online, we cannot hear you.
For the moment, we'll move on. Matt O'Leary.
Good evening. I'm testifying as a representative of the Washington Avenue Community Improvement District. We are an area with numerous existing data centers that are valuable stakeholders in our area. When the zoning code changes, uses that were legal under prior zoning codes don't become illegal, as probably you generally know. They instead become legal non-conforming uses, meaning they don't meet the zoning code, but are still legal uses that can continue to operate until and unless one of two things happens. One, the non-conforming use is discontinued for more than a year, or the building is physically enlarged or structurally altered. The number of actions that can result in the forfeiture of non-conforming use status are very limited because under federal constitutional principles, vested property rights are at stake. Such as prohibitions on the taking of private property without fair compensation and equal protection. I don't think there's any general disagreement on this point. However, there has been some discussion of adding another basis for an existing data center property forfeiting non-conforming use status. And that is increasing the amount of energy the building uses in a way that crosses a threshold between data centers, going from a micro to a standard data center or going from a standard data center to a major data center. I have two main concerns about this. First, there's no legal basis for an expansion of electrical usage to strip a building of vested property rights. The applicable laws are quite narrow as to what actions by a grandfathered building can result in loss of non-conforming status. Expansion of electrical use is not one of them. Second, there'd be no consistency in the changes in power usage that would trigger a loss of non-conforming use status. One building currently drawing 29 megawatts could lose its grandfathering status with an increase of 1 megawatt in power usage, whereas another building that is drawing 6 megawatts would have to increase by 25 megawatts to cross the same threshold and lose its grandfathering. This would negatively impact various federal bedrock principles. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Micah Caldwell, if you're able to speak.
Hello, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. So during the presentation, she mentioned that the data centers would have to check the air quality, and it would have to hit a certain standard for them to do tests. But I didn't see anything in there that said whether or not they could run on bad air days if they lost power. I don't think we should give up air quality just so that a mega corporation doesn't lose money on their data center shutting down for a few hours. So it would be good to have that regulation apply to not only tests, but during blackouts as well. Another thing, she mentioned that normally cities offer incentives in return for these kind of restrictions of like offering bonds if they shut down. And I just want to say that St. Louis is the incentive. Our city is amazing. The people here are amazing. And there's reason to be here, even if the city isn't offering you a tax incentive. Yeah. That's all I have to say. Oh, and I'm wearing a red shirt. Everyone have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Next up in the room is David Sweeney, and then online Cecilia Dvorak.
My name is David Sweeney. I live in the 5th Ward and work in the 14th Ward. I will begin by speaking on behalf, finishing up Greater St. Louis's comments. I am a registered lobbyist. Our fourth point is separation standards. The 600-foot lot line to lot line buffer puts St. Louis out of step with peer cities. Measuring from the projected lot line to the nearest noise or light generating structure is much more consistent with performance-based standards. The fifth and final is timing and process predictability. The revised framework demonstrates a major improvement from the proposal in February. Shortening the interdepartmental review and process and allowing parallel review is a considerable step in the right direction. That said, we recommend the city consider allowing the meeting and feedback period to run concurrently with early stage application preparation rather than as a hard prerequisite to filing. Of course, we agree community engagement is critical, but the timeline in these guidelines should reflect consideration for the developer's pre-development risk. In closing, Greater St. Louis is not here to support this framework. Rather, we want it to succeed. The revised draft shows real progress, but the renewable mandate, the CBA requirement, the major threshold, timeline and process, and the separation methodology are provisions most likely to push investors to other markets. Also, I'm also here on behalf of, in regards to the 600-foot lot line to lot line buffer, which has already been discussed. Regulations must be supported by evidence or risk violating the legal and constitutional rights of that applicant. Quasi-judicial zoning procedures of the buffer zone regulate that will not accomplish any additional public policy goals or alleviate similar concerns. It will dramatically curtail the best economic uses of the property, which currently are, as it should be, is in Area K. The city bears the burden of showing the conditions operation of a data center within the 600 buffer required to avoid a danger to the public health, safety, and welfare as supported by competent material and substantial evidence. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cecilia Dvorak, and after them, Lou Hamilton in the room.
Yes. Hello. Good evening, commissioners and staff. Just want to, I work in 63118. First, thank you so much for all of the effort you guys have put into the data center regulations that have clearly come a long way with a lot of substantial revisions and thought put into them. I'm going to focus my time on just 3 amendments that I would recommend make this ordinance more workable, more competitive for St. Louis, and more aligned with how other U.S. Markets and peer markets are regulating the industry. First, respectfully encouraging that the commission increase the definition of major data center regulations from 30 to 50. Previously at 75, that threshold was more in line with nationally large data centers, and a 50 megawatt threshold provides more capability for developers to use this as an infrastructure investment in long-term revitalization, particularly of existing buildings that might have barriers to reinvestment. Today, the entire St. Louis data center markets estimate at roughly 60 megawatts by comparison to growth markets like Atlanta and Northern Virginia that measure their capacity in the thousands. So those markets are regulating more mature hyperscale industries, and St. Louis is an emerging market that is at the moment competing to invest. At 30 megawatts, the ordinance captures the facilities that are considered mid-size facilities and not hyperscale campuses. So a 50 megawatt threshold would be more appropriate to target truly large load facilities, but also create a regional scale infrastructure that impacts you guys are all looking for. Second, asking the commission to clarify the expansion for facilities, particularly as it relates to grandfathered uses, and then data centers routinely upgrade their equipment. So making sure that power density really remains. And then current 30% cap for downtown areas, allowing that to be closer to 60%, but really focusing on the ground floor usability to ensure that that is active for folks in downtown and does not impede pedestrian activity. So appreciate your consideration and all the time I know you guys have spent and everything you're going to be spending from here on out. Appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Lou Hamilton and then Craig Randall online.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Lewis Hamilton. I am a lifelong resident, voter, and resident of the 8th Ward in the city of St. Louis. Yes, I'm a registered lobbyist. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Washington Avenue SID, the North Downtown SID, which is representing generally the existing data centers that are in the downtown area. I want to commend the planning staff for being accessible and for doing a really thorough job of trying to develop sound, sensible regulations. Our interest primarily is to safeguard the existing operations that are lawfully established and operating in the city of St. Louis, and which would become, if these regulations pass, existing non-conforming uses. Our particular interest here is some of the wording, and we've communicated with the staff. Section 7C of the regulations talks about data centers and data center buildings. I started working in and around the city of St. Louis government in 1981 when Vince Schimmel was the mayor. I was on his staff. And so I've had lots of interactions over the last 45 years in dealing with what becomes interpretations of regulations and ordinances that are not always consistent. And the wording that exists at the moment in this draft on Section 7C, and there are a couple of other instances, is sufficiently vague that it could be a year from now or 2 years from now, when people that drafted this aren't here, somebody could have a different interpretation of it. We want to avoid that because it just ends up in litigation by just saying, let's get the wording straight and very specific. We've provided suggested alternative language to the staff. We'll follow up again, but I think that our interest is to make sure that the people that have put this investment in lawfully in accordance with existing city regulations and procedures over the last 10 or 15 years, and who have never had an issue, the city's never had an issue with them, are not jeopardized by language that's non-specific. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, Craig Randall online, and then Kat Logan Smith in the room.
Hey, I want to thank everybody for their time. I want to thank those who have done some of the institutional research and trying to propose ways that we can better limit the growth of these data centers. The main thing I want to ask is what is the hurry? I think we have time to make a better plan. What I've heard is we don't know, we have 5% renewable energy. In what world is putting caps that we're going to be renewable like helpful? That's not even a real proposal. We don't know what this looks like if the depreciation of the data centers happens and they want more money from the city. How that looks if they take out these like proposedly revitalized buildings, because now they're still an old building with an expensive data center in it that we can't ever use for anything else. We had the gentleman with a stake in using buildings and buying them to invest in data centers. And he's very concerned and acting like nothing else could possibly be done with these but a data center. But these people will be here in a year. These people will be here in 2 years. They're going to want to build here. They're going to want to use the space. We have time. It's not like they're all going to go away. So I propose we use that time because I'm really not impressed with the lack of some of the answers to the questions we've had today. So I don't have much more than that. I won't pretend to be more technically minded than that, but we have time. I don't understand the rush. And besides the fact that these people are holding on to buildings that they want to extract St. Louis resources from. So I use the rest of my time.
Thank you very much.
Kat Logan Smith, and then Mary Ellen Parmenter online.
Good evening. Thank you for hanging in here tonight, and thank you for all the work. It's very clear the Planning Commission, Miriam, you and your team, Don, you and your team, you've worked hard, and I appreciate it. You didn't fake it. It isn't performative, and it wasn't slacking, and I appreciate it. It was genuine, hard work. I appreciate the building performance people being here too, because when we're going to buildings and saying, hey, we'd like your building to be more energy efficient, and then we allow data centers to come in and throw everything out the window that we care about in terms of sustainability and environmental standards and air quality and energy efficiency, the existing building people are going, why are you asking me to do anything when you're bending over backwards for this? So we need to maintain a standard in this city. We need to maintain our standards. And I appreciate your comment about bonds, I think is looking into. And I appreciate, it's odd that I find myself agreeing with my friend David Sweeney over here. And Lou, let's get these right. Let's not rush them. Clearly nobody's happy, but there's still some work to do. We can get closer to happy. Because we want something that's good for the city. We want something that's good for the city. And what we know about these data centers, where they go in, they're not good for them. And we know people are sick. We're sicker in the city than we are in the county. If you haven't been attending the health department meeting, we are sicker with air quality, COPD, and all the things that come from pollution. TierPoint just got 10 more generators they're going to put online. Let's wait and see what those do to air quality. Then we can answer David's question about whether it's going to have an impact. Right now, we still don't have the data. So we can't we're going to write better regs when we have better data. And we're going to have better data when we put an air monitor in Midtown, which we don't have. When we start looking at what we're breathing now and why people are sick, and we can start doing more things about it. So let's take some time, get these right, and make sure that we're doing what's good the city. Let's not jump into this rush. Let's not be on this AI train, because if this is good, it'll be good later. Okay? If it's good, it'll be good in a while. Because otherwise it's a gold rush and a cash grab, and it's going to leave a waste. It's going to leave waste behind it. And you know what that looks like? That looks like Coldwater Creek. We were in a rush to build a bomb, and we did. And a lot of people along the way made money.
Thank you very much.
And they left a mess.
Mary Ellen Parmenter online, and then Britt Larimore.
Sorry.
Mary Ellen. Oh,
Can you hear me?
yes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Hi, my name is Mary Ellen Parmenter. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I first wanted to thank Miriam and the rest of the Planning Commission for their presentation, all their hard work and their research. I have learned something new every time I've come to one of these meetings. And so I really appreciate that work. And I see some encouraging things in the current proposal. I did want to echo a suggestion I saw in the chat to consider moving up public comment to be prior to the Board of Aldermen comment, to better make use of citizens' time and allow more people to comment. I think it was around like 2 hours, 15 minutes before we got to get started, and that can be really hard for citizens, whereas the Board of Aldermen has to be here for the whole time regardless. So just something to consider to make it more accessible for more people to be able to give their comment. I wanted to talk a little bit about the affirmative community consent, which was something that's being considered. I think that's something we should require for proposed, especially major data centers and hyperscale data centers. I think people living in the vicinity it should be mandatory that they're able to consent and vote on specific proposals. I want to push back on this idea that AI data center demand for large data centers is here to stay. It's not going away. It's going to be a thing. We don't know that. And so I think it's important that we're putting in requirements about, clawback and, what happens if any of these businesses flop, if the bubble bursts. And I also wanted to ask of the Planning Commission if it's possible to prohibit specific end users. I know that was an issue that developers don't always know the end user beforehand, so can we ban specific types or categories of end user? And also wanted to echo that we should find a way or an ordinance to retroactively apply these requirements to other data centers, specifically the Armory data center. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Larry Moore in the room, and then Daniel Romano online.
All right. Hello, my name is Britt Larimore, and I am a resident of Ward 2. So I have been a resident of St. Louis City since April of last year. And in that time, I have to confess, I have been repeatedly disappointed in the city governance. In that time, since I moved last year to the city, I have attended numerous meetings, both in person and online, regarding this data center that is being constructed on the grounds of the historic Armory. It was during these meetings I had the honor to witness the well-spoken, intelligent, courageous, and caring community members of St. Louis City as they spoke out regarding their concerns. Often these meetings would go on for hours, such as tonight, where there were so many voices, but it all formed a choir that was universally against development data centers in our region. All of us are here today, still here, because we have voices and we are never going to stop raising those voices. However, I would like to note that I made an interesting observation during these many meetings, that there were certain elected officials who did not make themselves present, who did not make themselves available to their constituents, and who just did not seem to pay attention to what the majority was saying in these meetings. And so my heart was broken to see that after having caviar and champagne in England, a certain billionaire, that a certain elected official posted a video on social media listing out conditions regarding the Armory data center, and that those conditions were on our terms. We all know that is bullshit. For how on earth can these be on our terms when elected officials are not speaking to us? So if the city government wants to have any ounce of respect moving forward, then the people of the great city of St. Louis need to have the ability to approve or veto data centers and its regulations. Otherwise, when our children and loved ones are struggling to breathe because of the exhaust from these data centers, or when the economy bursts because of circular investment that is in within industry, we won't forget why. So in summary, I am not here to ask, but I am here to demand that regarding data center regulations, that it is the residents of St. Louis City must be first asked to give consent. For only then will these conditions truly be on our terms. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Romano online, and then Hannah McCullough.
Hello, my name is Daniel Romano. I am a resident of the Third Ward in the city of St. Louis. We've talked about community benefits, or it has been talked about community benefits of data centers. However, data centers will almost certainly house AI, which exists to take away jobs. It has already taken away jobs. It will continue and into the future to take away jobs. It could also be used, most likely, the other possibility is cryptocurrency, which is just a device to help billionaires hide money and avoid taxes. Let's talk about electricity use. These data centers will use so much electricity, and consumers will be forced to pay for the new power plants that will be required. Missouri has passed a QUIP law, that's construction work in progress, which means they can charge us for the new generating centers that will be required as they're being built. So we will see the consumers will face the downsides of data centers sooner rather than later. As far as the 600-foot barrier, that is not nearly enough. I mean, these things have noise pollution and the heat island effect that goes far beyond that. Therefore, I am recommending that the regulations on data center allow citizens within say a mile perimeter of the data center, they have to give their proposal, that the people seeking the permission to open the data center get the permission of 51% of the people. This has been talked about by other people. We know that liquor stores and other businesses must meet these same requirements. I say that data centers should be held to the same standards. The citizens have a right to determine what happens to their neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hannah McCullough in the room, and then Maisha Johnson. Hannah McCullough. All right, Maisha Johnson online. Maisha?
Oh, shit. Can you hear me? Did I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hear you now.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Maisha Johnson. I live in the First Ward. I am here on behalf of myself, and I am in opposition to the expansion of the construction of the large-scale data center in St. Louis surrounding communities without meaningful protections, accountability, and direct investments into the people who already live there, especially the marginalized communities that have historically carried many burdens of environmental harm, economic displacement, and infrastructure neglect. We are being told these projects represent progress and economic development, but the numbers tell us a different story. Modern data centers consume enormous amounts of electricity, water. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, data centers can use as much as electricity as tens of thousands of homes annually, while large facilities can consume millions of gallons of water every single day for cooling systems. At a time when many St. Louis residents are already struggling with rising utility bills, aging water systems, housing instability, and extreme heat, it is irresponsible to prioritize a corporate energy consumption over community sustainability. The reality is that the marginalized neighborhoods are often in the first communities asked to absorb the environmental and economic impacts of industrial development while receiving the fewest long-term benefits. These projects increase pressure on the public utilities, contribute to higher energy demands, strains our water infrastructure, and often receives massive tax incentives while residents continue to fight for the basic needs of affordable housing, safe infrastructure, and quality schools and environmental protection. All I ask for you to think of is the humanity in the decisions that you make, and that you take into consideration the St. Louisans that will be impacted and have been impacted. We don't need another data center. What we need is
Thank you very much.
Next up is Michael Berg in the room, and then Tom G online.
My name is Michael Berg. I live in Ward 6, Tower Grove South. I have a son and a stepson in St. Louis Public Schools, and I appreciate the work that the committee's been doing. I agree with the previous comments about the need for mandatory consent. I agree with the comments from the Coalition for the Environment and Renew Missouri. So what I want to talk about is, what is this all about behind the scene? As was mentioned in the presentation, you often don't know who the end users are of the very large data centers. But we do know that if they're going for the AI, the tech oligarchs that are pushing this AI, they're all sociopaths, and they're performing a very dangerous experiment on us. If this is not a bubble, which case that's a problem, just losing massive amounts of jobs would be the best case scenario. This is going to be, is already being used to create a surveillance network that we already have and will get worse, that is beyond anything George Orwell could have ever dreamed up. AI threatens, and that's even not the worst. I mean, we are having trouble differentiating fact from fiction, reality from non-reality. AI threatens to erode the very framework of what it means to be a human being and destroy our ability to differentiate truth from lies. And it rivals nuclear war and climate change as the biggest existential threat for the future of humanity. So I know this is a Planning Zoning Commission. I appreciate the work done, but what we have to look at, this is an existential threat. These large data centers are part of a network that's an existential threat. And when you face an existential threat, the when should you confront it is always now. And the where is every place possible. It is, and there might be people saying, oh, look, there's tax revenues for a school. If we're eroding the possibility for my child having a future where humanity exists, that's absurd. So I'm proud parent of children in our educational system, wonderful teachers at SLPS, and I very much oppose anything that does anything to make these large data centers possible in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom G online, and then Riley Young in the room. Tom? All right, we'll go on momentarily to Riley Young, and then it'll be Pamela Hostler online.
Hello, I'm Riley Young. I do volunteer and organize with Missouri Workers Center. I live up in North County in Florissant, really close to Coldwater Creek. But I do spend a lot of time in St. Louis, and I care about our community a lot. I am in favor of these regulations. I do think that community approval should be required for these large data center projects through mandatory consent petition. If no other cities have been doing this yet, I think St. Louis should find a way to be the first. Also, we do want to know that there will be actually be consequences for end users who do not comply with these regulations. And I do think I saw something that I read in the regulations about banning like use of for crypto mining. I'm not sure if that was still in there or not. But I do think that it would be good and necessary to also have regulations in there against mass surveillance and similar uses. I also just want to see better communication and transparency from the city to the public. Residents have largely been relying on volunteer grassroots organizers to communicate with them about when these meetings for this project are happening, and there would be a lot more engagement and feedback if people had better ways of staying informed about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
G, are you online? All right, appears not. Next up online, Pamela Hostler, and then Kim Jane in the room, pardon me. Pamela. All right, then we'll move on to Kim Jane in the room.
Hi, Kim Jane. I'm retired St. Louis Public School high school teacher, 4 generations of city residents in my family. I live in the 9th Ward. I work in the 13th Ward at a drop-in center where we see dozens of people every day looking for shelter and housing. I appreciate being able to speak tonight. And I'm really glad I worked through my apathy and the thunderstorm to be here. The need for city officials to begin listening to and meeting the needs of city residents is crucial. It's the reason for the loss of population. For decades, development policies of this city has sold long-term working class and poor residents out cheaply, sold them out and ran them out, placing more value on tourists, data centers, $400,000 homes, while our schools have thousands of homeless children. But it's impossible to get a shelter through zoning. We have high rates of asthma among kids in the city, and the noise can't help anyone's mental health. Our water and sewer infrastructure are crumbling, and more residents can't afford utilities now. It doesn't matter about the community benefits agreements. We haven't trusted those for decades either. Nor do we trust the estimated fiscal benefits or that the schools will get the money. We are asking you to make decisions based on the human benefits and risks and take our best interest in mind before you drool at any promised fake windfall. But to get back to apathy, this may be ending. The more people see other communities organizing and winning or throwing out elected officials that sell us out, this will take on a snowball effect, and those on the wrong side will be held accountable. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Caitlin Kilgo online, and then Lauren Fila in the room.
Hi, sorry. There's a lot. My name is Caitlin Kilgo. I'm a resident of the city, Ward 7. There's a lot that has been said. There's a lot that still could be said. But I think that all of the information y'all need to know to make decisions on this, I think you have access to it. I think the majority of what I've heard coming from some of the people in the Planning Commission board has been a lot of words to say a lot of nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not a paid lobbyist. I'm just an average citizen. I'm tired, work a lot. I try to help people in my community a lot. And I've lived in St. Louis for 7 years. I've lived in 43 addresses in my life. I'm only 36 years old, so I've moved around a lot. And for the last 6 years, I've put roots down here in St. Louis. Because I love this place, and it's because of the people here. I love this city. It has some of the most beautiful architecture, and there's these gorgeous old buildings that we need to be working on saving, and we're not doing the city justice, and we're not doing the people justice. I'm so emotional because I'm just tired of not being heard by the people that are supposed to represent us, because all of you sitting in the comfy chairs right now, you're a lot closer to us and to our unhoused neighbors than you are to the billionaires that are going to be trying to pay the fines and trying to lawyer their way out of paying the fines that are going to be ultimately the only regulation that all this fluff and all these words come down to. It's going to be, they get to build whatever they want, and they get to take all of our resources and all of our clean water and all of our clean air, and then give it all to ICE and the police. And then when we're all out of jobs because AI has taken over all our jobs and flock cameras are tracking every one of our movements, most of us are going to end up in jail and then prison, because prison is legalized slavery. Learn about abolition.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Lauren Fila in the room, and then online, Dominique Reed.
Is that okay? Hi, my name is Lauren Filla. I live in Maplewood. I'm the co-chair of the Eco-Socialist Green Party of Eastern Missouri, which represents the city and the surrounding areas that would be affected by the data centers. Everybody here already knows that data centers are inherently dangerous. And what I want to know from every member here is if you believe that residents should be forced to have the environmental and health risks of data centers imposed on them at the will of developers, or if you actually believe that residents should have the right to say no. I'm here to make a very simple, very appropriate demand, and that is that you update these regulations so that data center developers have to obtain community consent, and that allows residents to say no. In St. Louis, it's easier to house data than it is to house people. We require signatures to open a homeless shelter. We require signatures to get a liquor license, but hyperscale data centers just have to go through this conditional use hearing process, which is essentially useless to impacted residents. We just saw it, and it intensely favors developers. What we want is for you to give residents a real mechanism, an honest mechanism that allows them to say no and to have no mean no. I appreciate what you've done so far. I know that this body recommended a moratorium, but ultimately, any change that you make to these regulations, it's just not going to be good enough if it doesn't give impacted residents the final say, if it forces them to suffer harms that they don't want to suffer. We're proposing that you apply the same framework that you apply to liquor licenses, which the baseline is that it's not approved unless the applicant gets the consent of 51% of residents. If these data centers are so great, I'm sure the developers will have no problem with that. They're not breathing the air next to these data centers. The neighborhoods next to the industrial zones have the highest asthma rates in the city, second highest asthma death rates in the country. This is St. Louis's colonial legacy of environmental racism. It does not have to be St. Louis's future. The era of letting developers plunder vulnerable parts of St. Louis in the name of capital has to end. It's a race to the bottom, and this could be turned around. It starts by letting communities say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dominique Reed online, and then Danny Kahn in the room.
Good evening, commissioners. I am Dominique Reed, and I'm a business owner with an office in 63118 Ward 7. Thank you for the presentation tonight and the opportunity to share my perspectives. Today, the entire St. Louis data center market is estimated at roughly 60 megawatts in total. By comparison, Metro Atlanta has thousands of megawatts either operating under construction or has spent decades building itself into one of the country's leading data center markets. Atlanta is now fine-tuning regulations after years of saying yes to investment, while St. Louis is still trying to become competitive. This is why we respectfully believe that the current draft risks regulating this industry as if St. Louis already operates at hyperscale levels when we are still an emerging market. Specifically, we would like to encourage the commission to increase proposed large load thresholds from 30 megawatts to 50 megawatts. At 30 megawatts, the ordinance captures projects that are not truly hyperscale campuses and that do not create the level of regional infrastructure impacts the regulation intended to address. A 50 megawatt threshold would better distinguish between the large national hyperscale facilities and the smaller adaptive reuse and urban infill projects that the city like St. Louis should be competing to attract. We would also like to encourage reconsideration of the proposed limitations, restricting data centers to 30% of a downtown building's floor area. In practice, the restriction makes adaptive reuse in underutilized buildings significantly more difficult in a downtown market that is already working to attract long-term occupancy and reinvestment. So the question isn't whether St. Louis should have standards, it should. The question is whether we are calibrating those standards appropriately for a city within a 60 megawatt market competing against regions measured in the thousands. Thank you, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Danny Kahn in the room, and then Byron Clemens online.
Hi, I'm Danny Kahn. I'm an artist. I'm an activist. I live in Ward 2. I'm doing a lot, and I have been, especially since August of last year. And I've said enough. I think that these are me just trying to explain my frustration in the moment, because I didn't even prepare a speech. At this point, I just feel really, really unheard and frustrated, and like I could be doing so many better things right now. Don't you guys feel that way? Like, I feel that way. It's really, really, really frustrating. I just want to point out that I really, really appreciate all of the time that has gone into this, especially Mary, especially Alicia and Anne. I know that you guys are trying to keep St. Louis safe as best as you freaking can. And it just sucks that it's not enough. You know, like we just watched a data center take its place where it wasn't supposed to. Like everybody said, we don't want this. And they just kind of let through anyway. So I don't see how we can go forward and prevent that from happening again, and prevent all of us from spending so much time of our lives that we could be using to, I don't know, like help unhoused people, or like tornado victims, or, you know, any number of different things that I feel very passionate about. We could have been spending our time doing that, or sleeping. So, you know, like, I don't know. Last thing I wanted to say is that these need teeth. And I think that having a community consent process is teeth.
Thank you very much.
Next is Byron Clemens online, and then Adam Castelli in the room.
Hi, this is Byron Clemens. I'm a resident of Ward 8. I'm a member of the American Federation of Teachers. I just want to say thank you to the commission and the staff for all the hard work they've done doing this. You know, I hope it's obvious to everyone that there are two paths. You have data centers that just use resources and don't bring anything to communities. And we have this other path that we started with, the revised Armory project, where the public was listened to, and people were listened to, and the staff was listened to. And it's obvious in the work that you've done as a staff, we want our fair share of no tests and tax abatements for these projects. We want clear environmental guidelines, like water being recycled, like the emergency generators having sound protection. All those things are brought to this revised project that we've seen about a path that's positive. So it's unprecedented. I just want to say thank you to the staff once again and the commissioners. And here we are. The public is having a say with this, and it's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Adam Castelli in the room, and then Rachel Hurtado online.
Hey, Adam Castelli, Ward 7.
live in. Appreciate you being with us, talking to us. I want a good deal for the city. I'm generally impressed with the research that's gone into this proposal. But there's a few things I wanted to talk about. For diesel backup generation, at least looking into biodiesel or renewable diesel usage for that. That'll cut down on some of the potential contaminants in the air. The enclosure regs, it just could be covered in some of the noise and emission regs otherwise, but the enclosure regs seemed vague. I'm not sure if that means like the enclosure of like the double wall around the tankage or the noise protection around the tankage, and it doesn't have the fuel capacity listed either. I want to bring some attention to the zoning, the setback, the other stuff, to focus a little more on the best use of properties. A lot of the properties that are excluded from the are in some of the toughest areas, Hall Street, some of these places that are blasted out that could use some sort of development. The Armory, you and I also were talking like, what a head scratcher. It's like in the middle of the city when we have these areas that could actually use, you could be a hero putting a data center. Some of these places where they're polluted, they have these long histories of even existing polluters that are grandfathered into these places. If these could be replaced, putting these into residential areas, it doesn't make any sense. But I don't really care for like a 600-foot setback or some sort of particular like seemingly capricious just numerical value. I want it based on what the actual impact of the project is going to be. Anyway, that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rachel Hurtado online, and then Carson Anick in the room. No Rachel. All right, Carson in the room.
Hello. I'm Carson Anich. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I was sorry. I was one of the people who attended and testified at the March 19th Zoom town hall, which was about the Armory Data Center. During this, those who were spearheading the project not only did not live downtown, but repeatedly made empty promises, talked around the fact their proposal was profoundly underdeveloped for something of its scale, and even tried to mislead the public by implying the Armory location was in the middle of nowhere, which was blatantly untrue, especially to those who lived in the area. Despite all this, and despite the large amount of St. Louisans who opposed the data center, it was still approved. Why should the people uninformed of their own proposal and who don't even live in the city get to waste our water, worsen our air quality, and take up valuable land space, while the people who live near that space, breathe that air, and drink that water don't even get a vote? Resident consent needs to be a requirement in regulations because we are the ones who actually live here. We are the ones who matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up online is Sweet Tea, Tina Peel, and then Maxine Gill in the room. Sweet Tea.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okie dokie. All right. Hi, my name is Tina Sweet Tea Peel. I am the former alderwoman of the 17th Ward, and I'm a city planner by profession. I live in Ward 9. I'd like to thank the planning department for their hard work on the regulations and the questions by the planning commissioners. However, these regulations are moot if the Armory Data Center does not have to adhere by these regulations because politicians are allowing this hyperscale development from being pushed through the city channels without citizen consent. The moratorium for all data centers should be in effect for all data centers. Canceling the moratorium for one data center looks like someone has been paid off. From today going forward, we need to make sure that citizens' voices are heard and not canceled, like the Armory Data Center at this point. I would like to propose that in the future, citizens get the right to consent if a data center is built in their community, similar to the process when establishments are requesting liquor licenses. We as citizens have voiced our opinion on data centers, and we want all data centers, including the Army Data Center, to be evaluated under the same guidelines. Why are city officials giving the big developers a pass again when poor people or average citizens do something wrong? We're held to greater standards than the wealthy who pay their way to the top. Because individuals and businesses are allowed to pay their way to the top of the development pyramid, what has St. Louis gained in the last 40 years or more? Our population in the city of St. Louis has shrunk from 856,796 people in 1950 to 279,695. A major reason is because many poor planning decisions have been rushed. This is a population decline of 577,101 people. Do we want to continue this trend of population decline? I sure don't. I want our population to increase. I want this city not just to survive, but I want this city to thrive. But not just for some of us, but for all of us. The only way this will happen is to make better planning choices and decisions. The city planning department is doing their job. Unfortunately, they're not allowed to do it as effectively as possible because the moratorium for data centers has been lifted for one particular data center, the Army Data Center. If citizens were listened to, the moratorium would not have been canceled. Let's plan together. Let's give citizens their voices not just to be heard, but to be listened to. This is from someone who has
Thank you very much.
on the inside in politics and went to school to make struggling cities like St. Louis to thrive. And I got my city planning degree from MIT. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Maxine Gill in the room, and then Hans Moore online. All right, well, we'll come back to her. Hans Moore online. Hans. All right. We're gonna keep moving for now. Ben West in the room. Ben West, did you move online? All right. Dan Pate online. Say again? Hans, you can speak now if you're able. All right, we're going to move on and keep trying to get you. Dan Pate online.
Now I'm able to unmute. Look at that. Hey everybody, thanks. I appreciate all the time and effort everybody's put into the regulations. I still think that the regulations allow too many data centers that are too big in here. A few things that we have to try to do is take a look at the compounding number of backup generators that are going to be in our city if we're allowed to put this many data centers everywhere. And the compounding effect of it is they are destroying the air quality. And if the Armory Data Center showed 50 backup generators in the proposal, if you run those things 30 minutes a month, I mean, it still is going to generate damn near the whole particulate matter max for the entire year. These things are horrible. That to allow data centers to be put within 0.3 miles of a brand new, not even done Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital, which is a level 1 trauma center, a tier 4 NICU, is just ridiculous. Are we going to be handing out asthma inhalers instead of teddy bears to babies when they leave this hospital? If we allow this shit to happen, then yes, we will. So it's going to have to be really regulation. We're going to have to go outside of the normal stuff that we look at the compounding diesel generators. If people are not allowed to say no, then how can you say that we said yes? There has to be affirmative community consent that is achieved by a vote of the people somehow, postcards, otherwise, whatnot. And stop telling me that this thing is going to bring tax revenue and that is a community benefit. There is not tax revenue that we will see ever. All the money that this thing may generate, or any of these data centers may generate, is going to go into the sausage grinder, and we're going to get the scraps off of the floor as always. There are no guidelines that say that money has to be used anywhere. It's going to go into general revenue and then back up to, Greater St. Louis's people. So, anyways, please tone down that. Don't let them use PFAS as the fire suppression either. That there's a battery component to data centers, and if they use PFAS, it's a forever chemical. Just look at Fredericktown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Maxine Gill or Ben West in the room? All right. We'll go on to Lindsay Holman in the room. And then after that, Jerry Connolly.
Thank you. I'm Lindsay Holman and I live So first, I'd like to say thank you for creating regulations. I'm impressed with the work that has been done and the questions asked by everyone here. It is very needed. I agree with what a lot of the groups have said, specifically the Eco-Socialists and the Missouri Workers Center, and I will try not to be repetitive. I have concerns about how the data centers will be monitored. We need base readings in the current environment and around the data center. We have to have something to compare future data to. I love the environmental impact report. Hopefully it could be released to the public so we could view it as well. Love that you're tracking heat, and I like the water tracking idea. I agree with the 600-foot buffer at least. We shouldn't change that due to someone's poor decision on making purchases. I like the guidelines on the size of the data centers and the categorizations. Businesses will work with the city because we have the infrastructure that they desire. We don't have to screw the citizens over for billionaire profit and bailing out bad investments. Another speaker said we have to maintain a standard, and that resonated with me and should with everyone. We should get a vote on these. AI is dangerous and has been labeled as an extinction level event. We should give it the regulations it deserves. Thank you for taking the community concerns seriously and working with us.
Thank you very much.
Pardon me, Mr. Connolly. We're going to try Hans Moore one more time.
Hello. Hello. I'm here.
Oh, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. My name is Hans Moore. I am a St. Louis native and resident of Ward 2, speaking on behalf of myself. I, like many others, would like to see a much greater emphasis placed on public opinion and approval. The approval of the colloquially named Armory Data Center occurred at a public hearing from the Board of Public Service, ironically held without dedicated time for public comment. Dan Pate, who just spoke in chat, mentioned earlier of establishing a citizens council, which I realize is outside of the scope of this planning commission, but there needs to be a mechanism through which the public's opinion is legitimately considered instead of largely ignored. Within the data center resolution, I find a severe lack of language regarding public approval. Why are we as a community members not listened to when we say we don't want these data centers? There needs to be specific language within the regulations regarding community approval. What happened with the Armory Data Center was an embarrassment to the ideals of democracy and a shameful act by those who are meant to serve us. We need to ensure that our voices are heard, and we need to stop putting the desires and profits of developers over the good of our own people. I yield my time.
Thank you very much.
All right, Jerry Connolly online, and then Nick Hartzler in the room.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
I do want to just to make an initial note here that back in February, we had a case at the Planning Commission, the first part of this hearing, where individuals who were part of the Armory Data Center development team did not disclose their affiliations. And I think it should be very clear. I appreciate the fact 2 lobbyists identified themselves as such earlier on, but Mr. Sweeney represents 2 of the developers in the Armory situation. And anyone who identifies as Steadfast City, including Mr. Hartzler following me and Cecilia Dvorak earlier on, those individuals also work for Steadfast City, who's working with the development team for the Armory. The biggest flaw in the process we're going through right now is the fact that following this commission's unanimous vote back in September to call for a moratorium on approval of new applications until regulations had been formulated, the biggest problem was, we went from that till like 10 or 12 days later, having Mayor Spencer's executive order that essentially overrode the Planning Commission's recommendation and exempted new applications. And it was very clear that the application they were considering was the one for the Armory. So I'd urge Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderwoman Saunier, if you could take a lead at the Board of Aldermen and work on legislation that overrides Mayor Spencer's veto, and she can also the mayor can rescind that herself. We need regulations stronger than what we're working on here. They're definitely moving in the right direction, but we need regulations that apply to existing data centers, including the Armory proposal. Regarding the slide that has revenue projections, and apparently SLDC did some work putting that together. Other city staff are here. Where are SLDC today?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Nick Hartzler in the room, and then Kieran Kessler online.
Good evening. My name is Nick Hartzler. I'm a lifelong city resident, current First Ward resident. I work for Steadfast City, as Mr. Connolly knows, 7th Ward. And our firm helps develop better projects in the form of housing, mixed data centers included. I'm a lifelong city resident. I want the project that we've worked on to be a total asset to St. Louis. I live here. I'm raising my family here. I definitely want to see that happen. I very much commend the planning division for what they've done with this proposal. There's 2 specific comments I want to make about what's in there today. The first is on the setback requirement. The 600-foot buffer in there would be among the most restrictive industrial setbacks in the country. Loudoun County, which is one of the first regions to kind of pass regulations on data centers, they observe a 300-foot setback. Mason, Goodyear, Arizona, you do 300 feet. A 300-foot setback combined with the screening requirements, the landscaping requirements, I believe really provides a real protection without straining development. Additionally, I would like to consider how the measurement is done. Right now, how it's proposed is from lot line to lot line. That kind of is anomalous with what Missouri's model zoning code is, which more lot line of the protected parcel, which would be kind of residential or a light rail station, to the building or equipment on the site rather than the lot line itself. The second thing I would like to talk about more is on the renewable energy component. As has been discussed in the city, we belong with Ameren's service territory. Ameren belongs within Missouri's regulated utility state, and that's all part of the MISO grid region. I really commend the thoughtfulness that went into this about showing how the RECs and that ties into the MISO grid rather than trying to say, oh, it's got to be in the state of Missouri. It talks about how it reflects how we're part of this larger grid that's all working together to fund it. I would recommend that we try to add some language that shows the RECs are, can be used to the extent feasible, showing how within MISO there are several states that have large, very restrictive components to keep the RECs within their states, such as Minnesota, Michigan. So kind of that to the extent feasible. And then just lastly, real quick, is I hope the 10-year limit on RECs would be increased from 25% to 50%. So thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kieran Kessler online, and then Keith Rose in the room.
Good afternoon. My name is Kieran and I'm a member of Ward 5, and I just have a lot of concerns when it comes to data centers. In particular, I am one of many who are very frustrated with how the Armory Center situation went. There was massive disapproval from citizens, and it was very clear that our government officials had no desire to listen to us in the first place. So you, as the commission, who are zoning, what can you all do? And my answer is pretty simple, is just make data centers hard as possible to create. In the city of St. Louis, we demand full transparency. We demand higher taxes on the companies that wish to develop data centers in here. We pretty much would like to be in a situation where we demand consent when it comes to data centers being built in the city of St. Louis. There's simply not enough communication and hearing on the government's end to effectively have data centers in the first place. We have had data center developers whose interest is clear, even in this meeting, through hurrying and wording, which are doors for exploitation for all residents of St. Louis. Even the developers who have been in this meeting are not from those communities that would be directly harmed by these data centers coming into our city. If our basic needs cannot be met, we do not need a data center. And with the state of homelessness in this city, and with the state of food droughts in this city, the last thing we need on our plates is a data center continuing to drain resources. We have learned what happened with the land in North County and North City. We have learned what happened with Coldwater Creek. Even schools benefiting from data centers would have their environments poisoned. So you are effectively investing in the infrastructure, but poisoning their environment. Data centers have a history of increasing the amount of PFAS that are in water, that are forever chemicals that actually not only lead to cancer, but also neurological disorders. So when you have communities that are near data centers, you're seeing these forever chemicals pop up in water in schools that statistically have higher rates of neurological issues. So I just ask you all as a committee to make it hard as possible for these data centers to drain our communities. That is your job as the zoning commissioner. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Keith Rose in the room, and then Ida Taylor online.
Good evening. My name is Keith Rose, and I'm the 6th Ward committeeman. And I've heard from countless constituents that they are horrified by the data center projects that are popping up around them. I echo Alderwoman Saulnier's comments about the shameful lack of transparency around the Armory Center. It was unacceptable. And I do not understand why any of us should expect that kind of behavior to change. What we have learned from existing AI data centers popping up around the country is that the same dozen tech billionaires who do not give a damn about people, and they do not give a damn about following the rules. We've seen that their strategy is to avoid all transparency about what exactly is going on in projects. We've seen that these men are rich enough that they will violate any regulations, and if they are ever caught, gladly opt to keep on polluting and just pay the fines, treating our only real enforcement structure as merely the cost of doing business. I do not believe that our city will actually shut down a non-complying data center. I do not believe that the same city that allowed Paul McKee to pillage our community for a generation will act swiftly to shutter a multi-billionaire's data center. A vague threat to withdraw permits is not a realistic enforcement tool. So you cannot pass the buck on enforcement to some future entity. We must protect our neighbors and children at the outset of the process. We need to insist that community members be allowed to withhold approval of a project until the developers have convinced them that the project will be safe. We ask churches to do it for homeless shelters. We can ask billionaires to do it for data centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is Marlo Price in the room? All right, then we'll move to Sean Faust online. Oh, perfect. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sean Faust. I'm a resident of the 1st Ward, and I work and live in the city. I send my kids to SLPS. I also am a member of IBW Local Number 1 in the building and construction trades. I want to start by acknowledging that no one in any of the building construction trades, nobody wants anything like what happened in Memphis to happen here in St. Louis. And it is, we're very lucky to have a team working on the middle of the road to have responsible data center development. I'd like to let it be known that while we're happy to see work continue to be done, that the current framework as is could still use some work. And I am asking that the commission continue to allow the team to work on that and not pass anything as is tonight. And I'm relaying the building and construction trades message on that as well, that we would like to see more work be done before anything is passed as is. That said, very happy with the work being done and hope it will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Coffee right? All right, that's all on my list. If Maxine Gill or Ben West reappeared, or if there's anybody else who would like to provide brief comment.
Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak that has not? Please go ahead. Edna Taylor.
It's Ida Taylor.
Ida.
I'm sorry.
Apologies.
My computer wasn't letting me unmute myself for a second. I'm Ida Taylor. I live in Ward 7. I am wholeheartedly opposed to any sort of mega data centers in the city of St. Louis. We don't have enough regulation. I don't even think that the regulation proposed tonight is going to be anywhere near what it should be. I have no sympathy for some sort of developer that made a bunch of bad investments. I'd call that the risk of doing business. And I think that any regulation we can do is probably not going to be enough, but we should definitely push for harder and more regulation, and definitely keep any sort of mega data center or AI data center out of the city of St. Louis completely. We can draw better business if we listen to the citizens. We could put better things in the Armory. I didn't want the bar there in the first place because it seemed like a bad idea, and now it's, going to be another bad idea, which I realize isn't really this meeting, but that any sort of mega data center, AI data center in St. Louis is a bad idea. And the regulations are definitely not hard enough. And I'll be done. I'll yield my time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to give public testimony tonight? Please go ahead and speak up. All righty. Well, how many folks do we have? Yeah, go ahead. Nicole? Nicole, would you like to give testimony? Who's our other person? Okay. Laura, would you like to give testimony? Lauren,
Yes.
please go ahead.
Hi, I just want to really reiterate everything everyone's been saying. Again, there really should be a lot more of this up to the actual people who live in the areas. Putting this up to a vote, again, like everyone's been saying, liquor licenses, homeless shelters require it. We need to have that here too. One thing I really, really do want to say that I haven't heard is I really want to make sure that our representation is hearing this. I don't see a lot of I don't see a lot of our alder people here. And they were so quick to say we're not even going to hear about a framework previously. And I just want to make sure they're paying attention. They're hearing what we're all spending lots of our time to say and taking it seriously, because they are our representation and we need them to speak for us and for our neighborhoods and the good of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Last call. Nicole? Okay. Well, with that, I've been informed by staff that in order to continue to accept written comment up until the next meeting, that we need to continue the public hearing. So is there a motion to continue the public hearing to our following upcoming meeting?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Alderwoman Schweitzer and seconded by Tonier, sorry. Seconded by Commissioner Fowler. Call for vote, please. All right, we call for vote.
Previous row.
Oh,
Request for previous row.
hearing no objections for previous roll, this public hearing has been continued to the Planning Commission's next meeting. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for your testimony. With that, I'm going to ask for a quick 5-minute recess to use the restroom. Is that all right? And then we will continue with a commissioner questions and conversation with staff. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
So that 608 now. $300 in the ball. That's close. Yeah. So I think I want to see.
Oh, shoot, I think property line is, that would, I think it pushes it out further.
They're just in front, right? I won't have to go back and watch that over.
But I think also at that point you could build up to the setbacks of the property. If you want to expand the room.
You still can't go closer than.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can go the other direction.
Yeah. I don't know.
I would like to see the map.
I think it's a line, like, yeah, I guess if you want to say building, but then that kind of screws that for property. Cause if they want to go to whatever setback.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
This is for me.
Yeah, but okay, say you get like two, they're right next to each other, right? Or right next to each other. Or this one's here. You got 600 feet. This guy comes in, he's like, oh, I'm right on the edge, 600 feet. Well, that guy's, he can't get any bigger.
Well, I think like.
I don't think it really matters.
Consider like a residential.
I mean,
or transit.
and I do think like. There is a real possibility of that. Have very restrictive regulations that really allow them. So it's like.
I think but that kind of gets, I think it helps the public though. So you don't want 20 data centers along like the little corridor that goes up in the town. Then you make it 600 feet. I mean, doesn't really, I mean, the property line or building.
All right, there we go. That I call the meeting back to order. So I anticipate some back and forth between commissioners and staff as we discuss this, but I will start by just sort of going down the traditional order, asking commissioners for questions and comments, and if there's some back and forth, feel free to speak up. So with that, we'll begin with Alderwoman Sonier.
I really asked the bulk of my concerns kind of in the beginning of the message. I intentionally just kept everything small because I knew
that the public was here and I didn't want to take too much time. So, I don't necessarily have a back and forth. I really do want to look at the air quality index. Like I said, I'm deeply concerned about just, we are one of the worst places in the country for asthma. A lot of our children have it. There's a lot of mold. There's a lot of other things. And so I just want to make sure, I think right now our air quality index is kind of set to some national federal standards, but I think those national federal standards make assumptions about healthy environmental factors and indicators that just simply don't exist in our city. So I would definitely like us to take a look at that. I would echo what Alderman Schweitzer mentioned earlier about that. And then I'm just still digging through the kind of public impact language and figuring out the flow of that. But I don't really have any back and forth, just to thank you for all of your work. I think it is great that it seems like even the public sees that the staff in the planning division are trying their best and are trying to thread a needle. I fully expected all get it today, and I take getting it because that's what comes with the seat. But I feel like that people see that we're trying and see that we are listening to them and see the recommendations consistently evolving in the direction that is trying to best to find a middle ground here, given that, what couldn't happen initially. And I guess the only comment I would have just to the public that's listening is I know people keep mentioning moratorium. And, last time I told you all, hey, it's not this body, it's not this board. We had this conversation, it doesn't exist. And so, we did not have the opportunity to even get that legislation introduced, unfortunately, because of how that vote went. But it does make me think that going any further definitely would not be something that my colleagues would have an appetite for. Because I know someone mentioned, well, what if you were to like grandfather the one in? I can just be fully transparent with the public like I am with my constituents. I still have not seen an appetite from my colleagues. That doesn't mean that conversations can't happen. That doesn't mean things can't happen there. But I did just want to respond to that and just kind of give the public an idea from my understanding of conversations with my colleagues where things are. But in general, I'm really proud of the Planning Commission and the work that you are all doing. And I think it's exceptional that it's 9:20 p.m. and you all are still here, which is quite the example of public service. And I know that myself and Miriam and several other staff, we've had conversations at this time consistently. We've had conversations at 8 a.m. Like, we are listening. We're watching your feedback that are coming in regularly. We're trying to talk to all of the groups and all of the stakeholders and figure this whole thing out. Obviously, it is a complicated situation. But I would just more than anything want to echo my gratitude both to the planning division and to the community. And because you all are still online, some of you are probably still in the room, you could be doing anything else. And perhaps we haven't done the things to show you that your voice matters the most, and yet you're here. And I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Schweitzer.
Thank you for the time. Every time we have these meetings and we hear from the public, I'm just, really taken aback by how much time people take to come and talk with us and how much they care about this issue. I wasn't sure whether we were going to take a vote tonight or not. I know that I was working, and I'm sure others were too, on different amendments possible. Mine in particular would be about capping megawattage at some amount that the Planning Commission thought made sense to do. I hear what my colleague at the Board of Aldermen is saying with whether or not there's even appetite at the Board of Aldermen to do a moratorium. There wasn't at the time that this body recommended it. I could only ever count to 6 yes votes for a moratorium at the Board of Aldermen. I don't know if that number has increased, but I get that we're taking more time and not going to vote tonight. I think we probably have several amendments that people would want to make. But I do want us to vote eventually. And I do want it to be soon, because I have no desire to see another permit application come through without these sorts of regulations in place. I completely agree with the comments made about public trust eroding as things are permitted that are clearly against what the majority of people want to see in the city of St. Louis. I would often talk with my constituents and say, if the majority of people are speaking against a project, it's very unlikely that it will get an additional use permit. Only one time in my time as a member of the Board of Aldermen has a permit been granted to something that the community was against. And then this was a Board of Adjustment, not Board of Public Service, which is different and confusing, but there was an appeal and now it was a permit or variance that was taken back. So, you know, I do know that there have been appeals filed for the Armory Innovation District. I don't know what will happen from there. But I do think that it is vital that we listen to the majority of our constituents. Certainly that's why Alderman Sonnier and I are here. And I just want to say that I really respect all the members of the Planning Commission, especially those who are from the public and who are serving as volunteers. You are not paid to be here, and you are spending a lot of time and effort on this. And I think that you're some of the most thoughtful people I've gotten to know in city government. So thank you. And I look forward to continuing to work on this with all of you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Jorgensen.
Thank you. I agree. I'm very impressed with all the people who showed up today and again today. It is very impressive the amount of time that so many people put into this and all the thought that's put into it. I also agree that I think we do need to move on this relatively quickly. I think it's good that we're taking the time to take this additional feedback into account and make sure that we have everything right. But I do want to see this move forward in the near future. A few questions I have based on the feedback. Someone brought up the idea of having no backup generators being allowed to be used on bad air days, even if there are blackouts. Is that something that's been considered? Is that something that's being done anywhere else?
No.
We haven't seen that done anywhere. That bans backup generator use. Oh, yeah, I think, so the kill switch provision, so I would say these are two separate concepts, maybe, kind of the kill switch provision that prioritizes which users are brought back online first, or maybe not disconnected first. But then, if I understand your question correctly, it's about, well, can you restate your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, my question is about, let's see, I wrote it down. It's about whether or not backup generators would be allowed to be used on bad air days, even in a case of a blackout, some other power outage.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we haven't seen that addressed specifically. I think that's something we can research. I think the access to kind of redundant power is a pretty core, like, operating requirement of many of these data centers. So I'll say that, like, I think that would be viewed as very hard to achieve. And a bad air quality day may not be the fault of the data center operator. There are lots of emitters in the city. That's why there are such high asthma rates in the city. Yeah, so we haven't seen that, but we can research that. But my expectation is that would be restrictive to the point of kind of unworkable for data centers.
Okay, interesting. Kind of on a similar note, right now, this framework would allow diesel to be used for backup generators. Is that also something that has to happen for these to be workable, or is that something we could look?
Yeah, where things are right now, that does seem like at least part of a mix. Operators we've talked to locally who have tried to get access to natural gas, so that, you know, that would burn a little bit cleaner than diesel. Diesel is not a clean fuel for a generator to burn. Haven't been able to, they've told us that they haven't been able to get reliable supply from Spire in order to achieve that for backup generators. So I think that's the state of things here. And diesel does remain kind of in the mix. Certainly, we also tried to explore, could there be, it is battery technology to the point that that could serve as kind of the primary, maybe sole backup power use. What we were advised by technical experts we reached out to is right now where things are, especially for larger data centers, is they could maybe cover 2 minutes of redundant operation in the event of a grid failure, power failure, but that wouldn't meet the requirements of any end user.
All right. And then my last question, I think, is uses like crypto mining, surveillance. Is that something that we can look at within the zoning framework, or would that be something?
I think I'll say as a general point that I think there are lots of really important legal questions here, and I'm going to work on finding a way where commissioners can receive that directly, so I'm not some kind of not entirely accurate legal middle person. Because I don't want to, I'm not an attorney. Full disclosure. Wish I were. Maybe I'm glad I'm not. I don't know. But but what we have been advised, to the best of my explanation, is that from a land use point of view, there's no rational basis for treating those end users differently. Kind of because the land use impact in terms of public health and welfare and what zoning's designed or kind of authorized to regulate for generative AI versus cloud storage versus surveillance is all the same. If they're, operating and running and designed the same way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley.
And I think a separate agreement arrived at outside of zoning could be a venue for restricting those things.
Commissioner Bradley.
So no specific question, just a couple comments. So you guys have done the planning urban design has done a great job, staff, putting together the most solid regulations that you possibly can based on a lot of investigation, fact, and you're doing the best you can with it. And we really appreciate that. It's interesting to hear all the perspective from the public, good, bad, or otherwise. And I think what it really is going to boil down to is, not necessarily a tweak here or a tweak there in the regulations. I think what it's really going to boil down to is, do we all believe that this is going to be good? The good is going to outweigh the bad. Okay. And so, again, I listened to a lot of the testimony, and I think a lot of people are convinced it's just good or it's just bad. And I think there's not a lot more that you're going to really be able to do with the regulations to bring someone from one side to the other. And so, as Alderwoman Schweitzer said, I would like to see this come to some decision sooner than later, because I think the longer that we drag it out, the longer it makes people feel that there's something not transparent going on here. And I believe we're being as transparent as we can, but I think we need to come to a decision sooner than later.
Thank you. Commissioner Garmendia.
Thank you, everyone. Some of the questions I saved or comments I saved for after public comment include, I have some concerns about state preemption. That happens just a lot. We saw just this session, House Bill 234, that would have banned municipalities from having energy efficiency requirements for residential buildings in excess of state regulations. And that would have stripped the city's ability to fine large building owners who weren't in compliance with building energy performance standards. So while I believe this died in the Senate, that it's something that'll come up again. And it's always a risk. And so I guess one of the concerns I have is that we will pass these regulations that are really built on us monitoring and enforcing them, and then that ability will be stripped away from us. And so that's just that's not something we can solve here today unless we added a preemption trigger, which we've tried at the Board of Aldermen for various things, to not too much success, but still something we can do, that would, basically like a fail-safe. So that's something I'm, in thinking about, I'm interested in. Same for if we don't appropriately staff the roles that would enforce these laws. I would want some kind of trigger where, okay, if we can't fund the positions to do this work well, then let's go back to a moratorium, right? So if we're not willing to, actually resource the city in order to do this well, then we shouldn't do it. So that's, and I've kind of mentioned that in my earlier comments about staffing. Then, I think some of the comments made by the public, especially those in kind of the pro data center development sphere, were interesting to me. Saying that the city could be more competitive, and well, we could be more competitive in many ways by investing in different things. So it's an interesting. I hear the concern that I also have the concern that the renewable requirement would be somehow avoided, and that paying for RECs would not be really a true equivalent for what we're trying to protect, which is residents' energy bills. And yeah, so I think I would like to see us pressure entities like Ameren and the state regulators that limit our ability to support renewables. The idea of limiting or prohibiting solar is in the state of Missouri is not a myth. And I think our not holding like data centers hostage, but I mean, that is our leverage. Like, how can we get regulations to change to be more pro renewables? And so this is one of those points of leverage is and St. Louis alone cannot do this. It would have to be many, many communities making this a requirement for it to have that kind of impact at the state level that we need for data centers to be less scary, because that's what they are. They're scary because there's so much that's outside of local government control. And I hear so many residents' concerns about what is on our control is zoning for now. There's definitely attempts to remove some of those zoning controls from us as well, but that's really our ability to control is zoning. So, with all these risks at the state and even federal level about whether or not we get to have a say about whether a data center development is in our community, like that, the moratorium is our voice. And so it feels very, I'm irritated that all this work that the team has put into these regulations can be undone or impacted by things outside of our control and can neuter all the good work that's been done here. So I'm hopeful that some of there's a few more changes that we do hold a vote. I've said that I'm would vote in support of these regulations, even with all the fears that I have. But so I'll save the rest of my questions and comments for another time, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fowler.
I'd just like to say, thanks commissioners and staff. But as we're sitting here talking, every time we do this, I think, I know what I'm going to hear today, but I'm happy that the public shows up every time. So I want to say that to begin with. Because every time there's a new angle, there's a new kind of twist on a perspective that we haven't heard before. And I like that. Even pro, con, or against, pro, for, whatever, every time there's something new. So I also hope that the public developers or anybody else that's been listening to this has been listening to the other side to hear that maybe somebody thinks it's too restrictive or not restrictive enough, both sides. It's a tough task to sit up here and try to make these rules and get it right. But we try, staff tries, we try to give the right input. So I mean, that's what I'm getting. There's a lot of things. I have a lot of notes, key things that kind of came up in the discussions and questions and comments, but that's the biggest thing. There are two things I do want to talk about further. There's something about the classification. Someone from one of the downtown development districts or something like that came up and said, what happens if a data center goes over a threshold of energy used? And that's something I, again, didn't really, it's like, oh yeah, what if they're at the threshold right now and tomorrow we're monitoring them? Maybe we notice that. What happens if they're already an existing data center? Don't want to answer, just something I was thinking about that I want to ask later for clarifications. Unless you have an answer,
You have an answer?
quickly. No, sure.
Um,
Because it's unconditional or
Yes,
unconforming.
so the definition of expansion includes physical expansion and a change in classification. And I think the gentleman was expressing
Worry.
concern about that.
Okay, so I don't know what I want to do with that, but that was like, I was like, ooh, okay, that's a good one. A lot of like, I heard like, let's not rush, let's not do this. We've kind of beat the dead horse about, we said we wanted a moratorium to have time and think about it. But at this point, we've had tons of meetings, tons of hours, tons of work, tons of comments, tons of revisions. We saw the page earlier where it went from 4 pages to 8 or whatever, 16. I don't know how many pages we're up to now. I think I do want to, we need to like get along with this, get something on the paper. We know we're going through the ZOOP, get something in place to protect us from the next permit coming through. We're not protected right now. So I think we need to go. So at the next meeting, hopefully we can get to a point where we can get something done. Oh, and the last, I skipped one that was less important than that comment. Alicia, I think there was something you've talked about, you don't have to come up, please don't. That you talked about for pre-construction air quality monitoring. I think you covered this before in one of the previous meetings. If you wanted to say like a bit about that and if you ever talk again, but not right now, that'd be good. So that came up earlier and I think it was a good piece to talk about or reiterate and say what we can do, what we can't do, what information's out there and how we proceed. Because I think it's going to be hard to do and I don't know, maybe just cover that later. That's all I have, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller.
I think I covered most of the things I wanted to say earlier, but the last thing on the enforcement, I think we have a number 4, the word enforcement, then there's nothing after it. I think we need to talk a little bit about 4 or 5 bullets about if they're non-conforming, what happens? Do we suspend? We give them a warning? Is there conditional? So I think we need to have some broad outlines for the staff, for the Board of Public Service or utilities, Director of Utilities, whoever. And then I think that line for the developers, I know if I was a developer, I'd want one person who's monitoring that I worked with on that list. I don't want to work with the building commissioner, the Director of Utilities, the Board of Public Service, and or the health commissioner. Even though all of those people have to be involved, and I get that, somebody needs to be the quarterback. And then when they come to a judge and whether they're conforming or they're non-conforming, I think the regulation ought to give, I mean, we can't get into detail, but we ought to provide them with some broad tools of what they can possibly do. And see that. Other than that, I thought the comments were very well thought out from the public. I mean, there's a lot of different perspectives, as you can see. But as usual, our city people were well behaved. And, you know, the police weren't needed. They got to rest. So thank the public and staff. You guys have done a great job on this, as you always do. And we're dependent on it and used to it now, but it's still outstanding work. So I think, appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
I don't have
any additional comments either. I echo Commissioner Fowler. We've talked about this a lot now, and I do feel like we need to get on with it. It's going to be a tough decision, but I do think that the Zoop will allow some refinement or perfection of it too. I appreciate the staff for all the work they've done, and yeah, we just got to make the hard decisions. That's all I have.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments and questions from me. Obviously, you're aware of my concerns about the urban design guidelines that are currently not so robust in this framework. So I hope that some of my suggestions regarding that could be implemented into the final framework agreement, because I do worry, especially if these things are developed in downtown, that they could have a negative impact to the visual built environment there, which we want to try to avoid. A lot of what I heard this evening from the public was around resident voice and say in the process. And I know that in this most updated framework, we've switched from a community benefits agreement to this public impact agreement. And I think similar to some comments that Commissioner Miller had, that still feels very nebulous to me. I think to the public, developers, city staff, like there needs to be clarity on what the expectations are in terms of who is putting it together, who is approving it, who has input on the say on it, what can it include, what can it not include. And I think a lot of what we've heard from the public, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to address at the Planning Commission because it's outside of the scope of zoning. And a lot of it should probably ideally come with a companion bill of regulations or things from the Board of Aldermen that, maybe we just don't have jurisdiction over. But I think, as part of this hopefully final fine tuning of these regulations is that there's some more clarity in that, public impact agreement language. And I know this was a last minute change right before this meeting, but I think that still could benefit hugely from some clarity on the overall process and, what folks can expect from that. In terms of getting this across the finish line, do you know if there are any current applications for data centers that are under consideration right now?
Not that I'm aware of, not that any of us here and staff are aware of.
Okay, so, that being said, something could come up at any moment. So I agree with my fellow commissioners that getting something across the finish line here is important. And I would be a lot of the suggestions that I heard, whether it's, capping the megawattage, adjusting some of the language that we've heard might be a concern. There's nothing really in the current regulations that, aside maybe from some slight language tweaks, that really brings me personally any heartburn or alarm. I think, as fellow commissioners said, you've done a great job of your research. And I think once we do pass this, we'll be on the leading edge of data center regulation in the country, it seems like, which is an exciting prospect. So just want to express my thanks and gratitude to you, Miriam, and the staff for doing all this hard work and bringing us along for the ride. What a ride it is. Another question? Yeah, go ahead.
Just in response to something you said, Commissioner Banton, is that I just wanted to flag, and I'm going to look into this between now and the next time we meet on this topic, but the Board of Aldermen then could adopt regulations on itself for provisions needed to approve a public impact agreement. So just like we do for development proposal reports, we don't, that are written by SLDC. We have a standard at the Board of Aldermen that those development proposal reports have to have X, Y, Z, including community engagement. So we could adopt something similar for, Board of Aldermen will accept, a resolution that has the public impact statement if XYZ has occurred. So that's something that we can, I'll look into whether some of the concerns that have been talked about can be addressed through that, another regulation on the Board of Aldermen, related to the public interest or public impact agreement. Thanks.
Okay, with that, are there any final comments or thoughts from any other commissioners?
Can I ask commissioners a question? A comment we heard a lot tonight is the interest in some sort of signature, public consent process requirement. And just quickly, our scan of the landscape, no city is doing this. There are several kind of petition initiatives across the country to establish such a thing. I just think it would be helpful for staff to have some input on whether that's something you want us to further develop or explore to incorporate into some options for what's voted on. It does, in some initial kind of internal legal discussion around this, it flags a lot of questions. The existing plat and petition requirement, which I would advocate to eliminate as well, and liquor license requirements don't currently lie within the zoning code. So I think that's a question, can this happen within zoning? But anyway, I just think it would be helpful for us to hear from the commission whether you would like us to explore that, because it's a lot to explore, and I just want to be clear on our direction there.
I would say it was the number one comment that we heard tonight from the public in terms of what they're wanting. So at a minimum, it would be good to come back at our next meeting with some information about, at a minimum, whether that's doable or not. I would suspect there's probably differing views on where that might be the best suited for this type of framework and regulation, but I do think my personal opinion is it's something worth considering.
If it takes data center developers to get rid of plat and petition once they're subject to it. Second.
Any other thoughts? Do you think, obviously, I think this group is anxious to get this across the finish line. When do you think that we could have an updated framework ready to go? Do you know timeline yet?
I would say, because I guess, say I no later than the June meeting, which, I mean, unless other staff in the room want to like throw an arrow at me. Because a couple of points about that. That would give the Board of Aldermen an opportunity through a very fast process to pass something before summer recess. So I tried to explore the legislative calendar before this meeting to think that through. And I know that we've asked a lot, especially of our volunteer commissioners' time, and another special meeting seems like quite a bit more to ask. This would delay some of our other priorities as a commission related to smoke shops and adaptive reuse provisions for schools. It's, we're a lot going on, but that's my response. But other staff may have different competing priorities than I do.
So,
You can take it off if you want to lounge on the table. So
there's no lounging at Planning and Urban Design.
Um, we're talking about getting something over the finish line. And as you saw Miriam go through it with a color coding of things that were different from our first set, and in two different colors, and how we end up getting consensus from all you folks on that is going to be a little bit of work. And we'll probably, as Miriam has sort of hinted at, is the June 10th is the next regularly scheduled meeting. And probably should be the meeting that we take this up. But there's probably going to need to be some interaction and follow-up with you so that we can get this gelled together as to what it's going to be. We've been talking in the corner with legal stuff. You hear all the Miriam things. So that's a challenge to do between here and June 10th. In that ripple that what we also hear are some of the things that aren't in the zoning lane or in the planning commission's lane. And we may have to start to think about just articulating them out as to what they are, as opposed to putting them on our plate to also do. And so I think what I know in general is, Miriam, you're thinking that we'll have something for the June meeting.
Yeah, I mean, can we tentatively say that? I just don't want to assume that works for other city staff who need to adequately review this. That's what I would say. There's other people with other workload.
That's an action meeting. What's the instructions to the planning commission regarding this public hearing?
I think we're keeping comment open, right? Written comment open. And is that we're keeping written comment open. Yep.
We already continued the public hearing. Do we need to continue this meeting officially or? Okay.
Yeah, I think it could just adjourn. Is that right?
Let's continue
To a future meeting. I think last time it was kind of an open-ended future meeting. Yeah. Right. Subject to a staff update. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Don, do you have anything else?
Mike, no, we had a planning commission meeting last week. I did a lot of things that were on the director's report at the end. We don't have any delegated items. I want to reinforce this, everybody saying, is the degree of effort and understanding and gelling that we've been doing. And then the staff and Miriam and Mary's team and others all putting together that we're at this tranche, and trying to get over the finish line, and we're getting close there. I think that's a really important. And I was kind of smiling when we were really, really pleased to have the Zoop team have as consultants and working with us. But it's also like a year plus project. So when I mentioned earlier about having our staff be so ingrained in this and the challenges that are going to come with this change and implementation, I think it's going to be a really big plus for the city that they're the folks that have gone through this somewhat arduous process that will be, as it gets enacted, looking at it and working on it. One of the things we've been told by other folks that make zoning changes is come back a year later and double check how it all went. And so that would be one aspect of doing this. But kudos to the teams that worked on it. I had a little fun at the budget hearing that I went to and presented the first day. with knowing that our budget was pretty humble. And some of the things that were cut were our ability to have memberships in professional organizations and go to conferences. And I said that on a day when Miriam was at a ULI conference in Nashville and Alicia was in Cambridge at another conference. Three members of our staff and myself had just gotten back from Detroit at a conference. I co-hosted a breakfast meeting with the planning director in Detroit, all these type of things. That's all to say, really proud of the staff of Planning and Urban Design Agency for that we're not just stuck in doing things the same old way. We have perspective and do the research. So that's all I have to say tonight. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, that brings us to an end. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Previous roll.
Wow.
Been moved, seconded. Hearing no objections, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
Mark up.
Yeah.
Said,